No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Gregory Coleman, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital rule, small, that rule, B rule, all kinds of dialogue. I think the reason Joseph Boyka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
That is my red-haired buddy. I love Mr. Honorable Cole. He derailed the criminals in the Republic of Liberia, especially in the executive. But let's talk so and talk so. Honorable Cole is part of this government, whether he likes it or not. So whatever budget that he votes for or vote against is part of the administration. He's part of it. I am Jerome Gayman, and I'm going to be hosting the closing argument as usual. Tune in, share the show on your private walls, in your chat rooms. Join the debate. Let's talk about Liberia and trending issues. Liberia is our common denominator. For some of you guys who are mathematicians, you know what that means. Liberia is all that we have in common. If you're hearing some noise back there, that's my guys taking care of our lawn here. So in a few minutes he will be gone. He's cutting the flowers. So yes, Liberia today, Liberia yesterday, Liberia tomorrow, and Liberia forever. So we will be here to talk about Liberia. Some great things are happening in the Republic that we need to give kudos to the president and his administration. And there are some things that have always happened wrong, been going on wrong since 1847. There have been no changes. And it continues. And sometimes I wonder what makes some people so greedy that no matter how much they make, they always want more and more. What is this about greed? You have men and women that were down on their lucks. They pray to God for a break. Say, if God blesses me, I'm going to be so thankful and I'm going to be a blessing to other folks. And then they turn out to be greedy. Just imagine a man who has zero income. Went to Liberia or was in Liberia and tried his luck or her luck. And got one of the most lucrative jobs on the planet. To serve in the House of Representatives or serve in government. And your income goes from zero to $187,000 a year. For those of you who are mathematicians, if you were able to calculate that, I don't even know what the percentage would be. You have men and women, many of whom cannot even calculate what their salary is and how blessed they are to go from zero to 187,000 by the strike of luck. By the way, if you are in the state of Florida or in the United States, you may not be as lucky as lawmakers in Liberia, but the lotto, nobody won it this week. So it has gone to $1.something billion. If you want to be lucky, like the guys in Liberia, go and play $2 and see if you will be a billionaire if you wake up tomorrow or Thursday. But I think they say your chances of winning is like quadrillions to 1. But in Liberia, if you were running, trying your luck to be in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, your chances are, we have 5 million. So it would be about 5 million to 1. That is if you're running for president. If you are running for the Senate in Grand Bassa County, I think the population there is about 350,000. So your chances are increased to 1 in 350,000. And if you are running in the local district, which is about 20,000 or 30,000, then your chances even increase to 1 in 30,000. So you stand a better chance in Liberia being an instant millionaire than you would in the Republic, in these United States. This is why everybody puts all the chips on the table. Even if you are a deportee, a complete failure in these United States, in the West, you can find your way into the House or the Senate in Liberia and become an instant millionaire too. Even if you are a convicted felon, in these United States, you can go to Liberia too and become somebody. So what makes people so greedy? My reference today is to the young man that came from nowhere and became the head coach of the Great Michigan. Mr. Sharon Moore. In the history of Michigan, 150-year tradition, he became the first Black head coach. Between $5 and $6 million a year plus. Five years contract. He's married, has a beautiful wife and children. He has money, he has fame. He's against the odds. The first Black man in the history of Michigan. Riding high. A position that 350 million other Americans want. He was chosen. He has everything to his disposal. Yet he wanted more. He chose to risk all the fame and fortune that he has for pleasure. A gentleman that came from nowhere, a black man, to ascend at the top of his career, making $6 million a year, 5 years contract, plus. Yet, his heart's desire for more. He risked his family, his career, his integrity, the black people that he represents. He went flirting with a young girl that he hired as an intern. Left his wife and his children. Some men, none of us, none is perfect. But you think a man of that caliber, if he wanted to do some dirt, you think he will go as far away from his family, from his job, under the microscope, and go somewhere else? Instead, he chose to do his garbage in-house, in his workplace, with his subordinate. A young woman who is trying to make it herself found herself at a job that very few other women will have. Somebody say she's only 20 years old. Her boss that gave her the chance told her that he likes her, he's in love with her. A young woman who is trying to make life for herself, I believe, had no choice but to acquiesce, to accept under duress. You want to talk about a group of individuals or human beings that have been the most suppressed, oppressed, marginalized? Women. All the religions of the world gang up against women. Forget about Islam. Women stand very little chance. Christianity, go into the churches. Women at the bottom of the totem pole. Go into our traditional villages, all tribes victimize women. In religion, they use the Quran or the Bible or whatever scripture they have to make sure that a woman is at the bottom. Same concept here, even though more improved in the West. But it is all about power. Who has power over somebody else? Even in this place where we claim that Black people are under pressure, slavery, marginalization, this Black man given the chance to make something of himself and his family and his race chose to victimize another minority, a woman, a young girl, at that matter, 20-year-old girl, stand to be corrected, but very young. What else do we want? What does it take? Why is it always more and more and more? By the way, those of us who are traditional folks, we need to dig deeper our relationship with women. Power, more and more power. I heard that my mother was married to my father when she was like maybe 15 or 16. As I sit back and think, thanks to my father, he was a great father. He had 3 boys with my mother, and all 3 boys became something. But did my mother have a choice in who she married? Power. More and more and more. How much does it take? What does it take to satisfy a man or person of power? More and more and more. A young man given the opportunities of his lifetime. Do you, by the way, know of any celebrity, of anybody in your life that was given the opportunity to shine, and what did he do with his life? In my lifetime, one of the Liberian celebrities that I know, and there are many of them, James Salensa Diba. Every time I went to Liberia years back, this man was a celebrity par excellence. Today, I don't know what has ever happened to him. I saw him in a couple of times trying to do politics. Knowing that if you make it to Liberia and you get into politics, you are an instant millionaire. more and more and more. Liberian people put you on a pedestal, and God blessed you, and you wind up in Europe. Squandered opportunities. A young man went from nothing to the top of his career. The only thing I have not heard yet is blame this young lady, because I know sooner or later some of his folks are going to say, this young lady brought him down. I wouldn't be surprised either, because that has a historical and biblical context. When Adams became a failure in the Garden of Eden, instead of taking full responsibility of what he did, he said it was the woman that made him to do what he did. We have to learn to take responsibilities of our actions or inactions and be the best that we can be. I was listening to a young lady many people scorned for her understanding of life in Liberia. Someone asked her, they say, young lady, you look nice, you dress nice, you're wearing top clothes and all of that. You are sleeping with older men for money.
Don't touch it.
This was one of the most brilliant answers I heard from a woman that has a lot of confidence. She said, yes, I date older men because I deserve what I want and I deserve my needs to be met. And the reporter asked her, aren't you selling sex for money? She has one of the most brilliant retorts. She said, absolutely, yes, I know my worth. She says, I have a boyfriend and we have sex every day for free. So if I'm doing it for free, why shouldn't I do it for a hefty sum of money that will take care of me and myself? That is a brilliant woman that has a retort that I said to myself, this is what I'm talking about. So if you are all disgruntled men that have never had a beautiful woman spoken to you from anywhere, whether it is Lofa, Rambasa, Nimba, and all of a sudden you have been appointed by government officials, the president, and you come into Monroe where you're crushed yourself, and you want to prey on these young, brilliant, attractive women, many of whom, under regular, normal circumstances, you and them would never cross paths. Because of the suppressive situation in Liberia, the women are turning the table. You come from Foya, you come from Zozo, You come from Baywin. You come from District Number 3 in Bassa. You come from Boca City, wherever you come from. Never in your life will you have ever met some of these women. But because now you got power, you want to take advantage of the young women. So they themselves came up with their own strategy. It will cost you. Since you left the villages and you left your wives, so this is what we are talking about. When enough is enough. You come from Burma, you have never held a job. You had no money. You poor as a church rat. You try your luck and you win the seat in the Liberian government. Now you're a man in the House of Representatives. You are gone from zero to $187,000 per year. And now you are all of that. Using your power to abuse. When we look at you, the way you dress, the way you smell, some of you, when you walk by folks, your hygiene, your self-care is terrible. But yes, you want to prey on women, girls in particular, little girls, some younger than your own daughters. Let me welcome my favorite name in the Republic of Liberia, Sir Augustine Bayo. Welcome, Chief. That's Kia 95.9 FM. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Gimman, good evening. Welcome. Thank you so much. Why you keep saying you love the name Mayo?
I just love that name. I mean, it's just everywhere you go in Liberia or other places, there are some names that are so common, right? You will hear the name Johnson, you will hear Moluba, Joseph, but the name is just unique and it is special. And if I were to have another child, a boy, I was going to name him that name. But bring us up to speed. What's happening on the ground in the Republic of Liberia?
Well, it's a wonderful evening here over in Liberia. Things are cool out here. Of this year, July, that's June 17 was another day of protest headed by Stan Molu.
Mm-hmm.
And on that particular day, he asked that the president should receive his petition, but due to security reason, and that is obvious, the president did not turn up. And he make a vow there that on December 17, he will return to the street, not just to the street, but at the grounds of the executive mansion where the president is seated.
Mm-hmm.
He will stage protest there and present a petition to the president. If the president again cannot receive his petition, he will not leave that particular ground. So it been so and so until today, December 16, and tomorrow is a D-Day that everyone will say, which is December 17. And the police are conscious of Molu and his group not to use the executive route. They believe that the route isn't for protesters. It's meant for the executive use, not for ordinary Liberians, especially those parading under the garment of protest, to ask the government some questions about accountability, corruption, and all of these trending national issues. The police said that that particular ground cannot be used, and Molu is defying that at all costs. Tomorrow, he and his team will assemble at the grounds of the executive mansion. So that's the biggest news, the biggest in Finitown now. Every eyes and ears are set to tomorrow as to if Molu will assemble at the executive mansion and remove peacefully, or will he be greeted with force, tear gas, hot water, pepper spray, by the police, if he forced himself to assemble at the grounds of the executive mansion. But there are more happening. We have the Arson case still happening around here, where the state witness and those involved lawyers are bitterly arguing over evidence, especially when it comes to audios and materials found at the Arson ground. So they are still on the stand still as the prosecutors still trying to defend their evidence to the court.
Excellent. Now,
And just before you come in, the most trending one is the famous trapcore and hipcore rapper Bucky Raw, who was once deported from the United States of America on few counts, who was arrested of recent with narcotic substances, with a value of 31.6 gram weed and Lahore drugs, were free today on bail worth 700,000. So with all of the live coverages from the LDA following his arrest to the court, being placed behind bar until today, when he was forwarded to South Beach on yesterday, his lawyer and their team worked tirelessly behind the scene, and he is set free on bail. And he can't travel out of the country until the case is over. So far, so good, that's it.
Wow. On the front page Africa, it says the Bucky Raw case sparks debate over fairness in the LGEA drug enforcement. It said what began as the arrest of a popular musician on drug-related allegations have evolved into one of Liberia's most polarizing public debates in recent years, forcing the nation to confront uncomfortable questions about fairness, selective justice, and the methods employed by the Liberian Drug Enforcement Agency. The case involving Liberian hip-hop artist Kawodu Cole, widely known as Bucky Raw, has transcended the courtroom and entered the realm of national consciousness, where issues of law enforcement conduct, public shaming, celebrity influence, and institutional credibility are now being openly contested. We discussed this here yesterday briefly. Bucky Raw legal trouble escalated when a judge of the Painesville Magisterial Court Monday ordered that he be remanded to the Monrovia Central Prison following proceedings connected to his arrest. The decision came amid growing public protest and intense scrutiny of how the case had been handled from its earlier moments, including the manner in which the LGA agent conducted the search of his Dupont Road residence and the speed with which images and information about the arrest circulated on social media. Court sources indicate that the judge raised concern relating to the order, due process, and the inability of the defense team to meet bail-related assurances that were requested as part of the preliminary consideration, ultimately leading to the artist's transfer to the central prison pending further legal actions. The court order did little to calm public reaction. Instead, it intensified as an already heated national conversation about drug enforcement and the perceived double standards within the criminal justice systems of the Republic of Liberia. Across radio talk show, social media platform, and the street corner debate, Liberians have been questioning whether the law is truly blind or whether visibility, political history, and the public image played an outstanding role in determining how spaces are and suspects are treated. For many observers, the issue is no longer solely about whether Bucket Raw violated the law, but about how the law is enforced and who bear the brunt of its most aggressive applications. Legal analysts following the case have emphasized that the matter falls squarely under the Controlled Drug and Substance Act of 2023, Liberia Principle Statute governing narcotics, psychotropic substances. The law criminalizes possession and importation of controlled drugs, but it also draws clear distinction between categories of offenses, particularly when it comes to quantity, intent, and eligibility for bail. Let me welcome the chief diplomat, Sylvester Pee-wee. Your name is very common, so I'm not saying anything. But I'm looking at special names. I look at. You see the young man name here? Is that a regular name? That needed a special people name. Welcome, Pee-wee. You are muted.
I need our uncle didn't need it. I need it. That's
a special name, man.
You know the Kisibo. Quickly 2010. I was one of those that was privileged to have been recruited to conduct the labor survey in the country. 2010. Mm-hmm. That was a UNDP sponsored thing to do labor survey. It was almost 100-day survey. It was pretty good money in it. So I was actually deploying Lofa, but the part of Lofa we were on the other side of Foya, Kolahun, and that of Vahun. So we spent some good time in Foya actually. So I got to know the structure of names but the Kisi people, our uncle, they love, you'll see the man, he'll get all his side name, but they love the civil last name. They let John. Augustine.
Right.
So when I go to do something, I'll see what is the structure the way we had a name. So we go to the family hall, the house number is there. So the first place I ever went to, and they are very kind, the old man to me say, my son, my name is Sir John. My son there is Sir John the first. Sir John the second, Sir John the third.
A complete dynasty.
So you always see it. You will see Yuma. And you see Joseph, the guy, Joseph Yuma.
That's right.
So they will always do that, and then you see now you say Sir Augustine.
Sir Augustine.
They love their traditional name, but love to blend it with the civilized name.
Yeah.
You see Sir Lamy John. Sir Tamba John. John Sir Tamba.
Or Tamasin.
Tamasin, all the kind of thing. Yeah, So it's a unique thing. I've really got to understand that doing the labor survey in Lofa on a serious note. Yeah, but the good thing I like about our uncles, the Gisi people, they really love to blend. They won't forget about civilization. They want the civilized me too, because it's a challenge there. If the other man, so you say, and they will put the knee in the middle. Mm-hmm. You get a side, say Sir John Tamba Harris Lamy. All the they will capture the civilized me in the middle there. Yeah, but it's a good to be back, Mr. Gamer. I don't know. I learned. I just got on the show, but I didn't get. I don't know if you read most of the headline, but the Bucky Raw thing, I followed it also. I learned that he was bailed out today.
Yes,
he was bailed out today, and there's this debate now about people across the country saying if he was targeted or if the amount of drugs found with him, drugs or marijuana found with him, was it in the quantity? But the main fact here is that, on a serious note, I don't want to join the both sides because I've seen yourself. I don't know what side you on. I didn't understand it holistically, but the fact here is that it is illegal to use marijuana in Liberia. Mm-hmm. That is a fact. That's point. But according to the drug law of the country, if you are just a mere user of the drugs, you're now a distributor. There's different ways you should be treated according to the laws of our country. The government, if it's your first time, you have to be probably placed on a kind of a rehabilitation plan to see how best you can put you on a particular process that will clear you from that. instead of people trying to politicize it. And as I said to you, the current head of the acting head of the DEA, I met him about a week and a half ago around at Lagoon. We had some discussion there. There was a program we were having, meeting some of our partners, and I just buzzed into him there, and I even congratulated him for the progressive way he's moving along with his team. But I will also send this caveat. It is important that we don't politicize the issue about the fight against drugs. It will have to be done from the level, because we, as even the security folks, the intent is not to come and target people. The drugs enforcement agency of our country, the responsibility of the institution is to also work behind the same to stem this whole thing about drugs, not to target. If you saw someone using it, it's just a user. It was brought by people. There's a way you deal with them instead of trying to put it in that weird manner. But the raw fact here is that if you are caught with even a tiny bit of marijuana, according to the laws of our country, it's illegal. You should not be in possession of that. But there are ways that we move in implementing the fight against that. So, but a lot of different things is unfolding. I'm told today the president lighted the famous Christmas tree in preparation of opening the country up for the festive season. That is a traditional thing done by the president of the republic that can unfold at about this time of the year, just hitting the middle of the second week of December, and then the end of the second week that about of December, then the president can light the Christmas tree in celebration, in opening the celebration of the festive time. So a lot of things happening, but
we are coming to some of the good things that are happening, including the launch of the other stuff that the president did today, and those I think we need to celebrate. But the reason I want to talk about this is the gentleman who wrote this drug law, a very good friend of mine. He's from electoral district number 5 in Grand Bassa County. The way they wrote the law is so draconian that drug offenses should be absolutely non-bailable. So what the newspaper is saying now, what the critics are saying, while we appreciate the law, you can't tell me a guy who is an importer of drugs, right, who bring in drug, to be held at the same standard as a guy who is smoking a little marijuana here for recreational use. So you catch a guy that has a little marijuana and you're going to put him in jail for life. And then the man who is bringing boatload of kush and marijuana and cocaine, things that can kill the folks, and you hold both of these people at the same. So the newspaper is saying now, we are not taking quantity, the intent, the usage into account when we are saying these guys should go to jail without being bailed. Now, the question here is, the drug offense is not bailable. Then why is it that Bucket Roy is being bailed? Is it because of the protest? Because he's a celebrity? Is he getting... I mean, so you see, it's very murky. Chief here, this is why we are saying this may be a good test to revising and amending some of these laws when we write them. They sound good because we are frustrated, but it has a downside, Honorable Pee-wee.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. And so now, so the law said that it's not biddable, and let push. So, and people will come and clarify if I'm wrong. I'm hoping to be to correct.
I don't know much about this other than
but the law instead of if the law says it's biddable, also it said within the issue about within the description of the judge.
No, they said non-biddable.
I mean, if it is not biddable, right? Sorry, if it is not biddable. If it is not biddable, it also probably sometimes serves within the description of the judge, right? We see here in this most powerful country across the way the jurisprudence is unfolding in certain cases, there are certain cases sometimes judges they do bail. The judge will agree to bail you, and the judge will agree not to bail you, right? So if a case is not bailable, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you have to go behind bars. Sometimes the judge determine the weight of the case and put you on bail bond because they believe that you are now a flat racist one, and there being sufficient guarantee. So the guarantor will guarantee your return to the court whenever the court require your presence. So that is one of the ways. So I think the fact that they bail him, the judge may have seen that this case does not meet the weight of the said requirement that should remain him behind by continuously waiting to complete the litigation of the matters. So I think the judge did that from the perspective of what his lawyer may have presented. The lawyer may have presented a strong case to the judge, and the judge saw reason to see into that to bail him out pending pending some arraignment in court. I think he will be arraigned in court soon, and we are waiting to see whatsoever. But I want to believe that there may have been a very powerful case presented by his lawyer. But yeah, you're right. We should not politicize this thing. And sometimes the laws of our country, laws are meant for change to change society. So what we have to do sometimes, if laws are done, it is just appropriate that the country time to time will confront the present-day reality. So we have to review the law. Does the law confront to unfolding current-day reality? If the law does not confront to that, how can we juxtapose it so that it will confront to current-day times? If the drug thing is harming the country, it's a major threat to the national security of our country. It's a threat towards our young people moving forward. Then we make it a little bit harsh, so that those who will be drugs peddlers, those that are bringing the drugs in the country, will see reason to understand that, hey, the country is harsh on this. There's time that we need to do things to confront of those. So we have to do that. If the laws were written to protect those that are bringing the drugs in the country, we have to change it. The law should not heavily punish the mere user. These are victims. They've been victimized by those that are bringing the drugs into the country. So we have to do things with agreement so that they will conform to the way we want to see things done. So I think we have to collectively review as a country and legislate some of these things, or do some amendment with the law so that we can conform to current day reality.
Great. Sir, my own brother, Thomas Goswa from District Number 5, Grand Bassa County, wrote this. I know it was when people were dying, a lot of stuff was happening, and he wrote this and basically threw a blanket out there, and it's now grabbing everybody. But let's talk about Bucket Roy. We're supposed to have this big show on Saturday. And the day before his show, when everybody was gearing up, the government came and grabbed him. Not only did they grab him, but they paraded him in the street. They had their television, they had everybody there. So people were saying he was targeted, they were shaming him. And then they make sure that the big show he spent all this money to put on never happened. Your take on what the fans are saying?
Well, there are several questions, in the corridor about this whole Bucky Roy arrest. Just the day of his show on December 12th, that particular morning, he was picked up with the hope of so many fans on the internet that this could be a promotion for the show. The Papa Bucky are planning this to have a show promoted and will be free later by 6 o'clock or 7 p.m. and show up for the show. But again, it twisted around, and all of a sudden, the entire internet shake that Bucky will sleep behind bar tonight. But for me, I see it differently as to why Bucky was released. I see that the LDA is trying to silence so many questions about this whole drugs arrest. The LDA is trying to silence the question about Kalando, who his vehicle was involved one time with drugs related issues. They are also trying to silence the question about the famous Alonso, an artist as well, who was arrested in Sierra Leone, border with drugs as well, and later on, allegedly we have been informed he is a free man now, working away either in Sierra Leone, having fun time. So after the arrest of Pokero, the way the LDA paraded with him, I don't want to blame the LDA parading with Pokero on social media. Pokero is an influential. He have whole lot of internet fans. So if the LDA could remain so mute without informing the public, his fans could have seen somehow feature. So I think the PR team used that particular strategy to have that platform rebranded and also showcase working at that particular setting. But again, the biggest question is going back to the LDA with all of the argument on the social media from fans being released, and are they covering up the hard question about these famous people that were arrested before on drugs related issues? Because after the arrest of Pogiro, they begin to ask the question, where's Alonso? How far is Calano case? How far is this other case? So I think DE is trying to cover up all of this noise, just to silence it a little bit and go through with the Pogiro case. That's my own take.
Pee Wee, before let's move on here. But Duke here says the Liberian government did not want the fans of Bucket Road to join the protest tomorrow. That's why they let him out of jail. Because it looks like the whole country was intending to show up tomorrow, all his fans to join Molu and his stand, and the government tried to cut in front of that news and say, you know what, before all hell break loose, let it go.
I saw Molu so frustrated in the truck when you were carrying on a mobilization talk. It could be one of that.
So listen, Molu and everybody else, they too trying to take advantage of this and trying to rally the crowd, and Bucket Road was according to Duke here, Bucket Road fans are going to join the government. I mean, it's
don't overlook what Duke is saying, and he may just be perfectly correct on that.
That's correct.
If you have kept, and probably this was part of the strategy, but now we need to start asking some very hard critical questions here. So first and foremost, if you paraded Bucket Road the way you paraded him before landing him in prison, meaning he may have had something serious drugs, right? To parade him in some manner and to remind him perhaps bad. But immediately releasing after that, when it should not be biddable, on what basis? Because I want to believe the prosecution would have told the judge, Your Honor, this man is a danger to the public.
Yeah.
If this man is let out, this man got, as they say, he got a machine, he manufactured this. He's a serious danger to the public. It will be a kind of not only an embarrassment, a threat to national security to our country. So we pray, Your Honor, to perpetually keep this man behind bar, waiting to the legal process to unfold. That would have been the case from the prosecution, right? But if the prosecution didn't work on that, it was an easy route for the defense to push to get the guy a bail bond. So Duke is saying something that we have to pay some key attention to. Now, let's try to go back and do some deeper analysis as to what reason did this happen. Is it actually true that Bucket Raw is not a UP fan? Is he on the other side of the political divide? Is that true? We ought to pay some key attention to do some analysis from that perspective.
Okay, so I say yes.
Yes, Bucket Raw have been on out of CDC political rallies.
I know that for a fact. So if that's one of the reasons, Mr. Gaiman, so we ought not to push back. There's a man that is putting behind bars, and there's a pending protest that is organized by a former chairman of the CDC And this chairman of the CDC, the former chairman now, head of STAN, is trying to hang on this thing to say this guy's not bad. He's praying for Bucky Raw to be in jail. And then he will use that part of the mobilization of his rally. Right? It makes a lot of sense. And then the government is coming back and saying, hey, even that man brought one ton ship of drugs getting out of jail. We headed to the festive season. We don't want any distraction here. Listen, politically, we have to do some analysis to go somewhere. So I may not want to rule that out. Because if you put the man behind bars, you put him behind bars, the reason that he's bringing drugs to harm the people of the young people. Why are you releasing a man that is a danger to the public?
Danger.
Right? Why are you releasing him? Right? So, I'm not saying he's a danger to the public, but you, the government, through the DEA, the LDA, saying that to us. It's not supposed to be that is saying that, right? Bucky Raw met him on one or two occasions. I think he's a brilliant young Liberian celebrity. He amused we through her amusement mechanism. We all can be moving. You know, I started liking Liberian's son because of some of his son. That way he can do that anything, you know. And so he's a serious minded person. So if the government is looking at that, say, hey, they will dead just me. I forget anything.
And interestingly, in few minutes, they have created a chat room and named Free Bucky Raw Movement. They have gained momentum, about 300 participants within that chat room. I will already on the standby to stage protest tomorrow. But immediately, Bucky Raw was set free. The name of the chat room changed, and they have esteemed themselves from every gathering tomorrow for playing or meeting at Bucky Raw residence by 7 to 8 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, and it's quickly, I don't know Mr. Nambe is yet, but quickly, from the look of things, Mr. Gibbon, the whole Bucky Raw case from this now, right? It's something that Liberian can call it. They all okay finished. No, it's done. And I will predict it, right? I will predict politically. I will predict this done. I don't even know when it's going to be the next assignment. I don't know if the county attorney, who of course represent Montserrat County, going to push for the next assignment on this case to put the case on the docket. They will pretend to know that the case have never existed before, and it will just die in a brain way. Now, the reason is that, and that's part of the reason why you need to have mature people on running certain things sometimes. If the government will run, it's not affecting the DA. And the DA, I understand that I won't convert that. The guy is doing a very good job. Let me say this to you, Chief. It's not everything you move on your man will see sometimes. You'll see something if you know it's not a threat to the issue. Deal with it within your office. Handle it. But if you just want to make news on certain things that is not worth it, and it will start eroding the public confidence in your operation, then you start heading for problem very soon. And that's where people can, and that's what we say in Loma. Loma tell given. When you press it too much, then we'll look for the road to the pit. You know the pit where we can do the when you see the wet chicken, you say the chicken too clean.
Nice.
As soon as that is chicken too clean, we'll start finding a way to find some kind of oil. Yeah, we'll start. Yeah, so that's the kind of way we operate, and we ought to change these things. So that we can focus on getting the job done. I understand the jobs crisis in the country is a public menace, and we all collectively will have to battle it. It's a public enemy number one, and we all consider it as enemy. But we ought to be very meticulous and structural in terms of how we intend to engage it. We cannot be what I want to call it. We cannot be that reckless in our thought process about the engagement methodology, or we want to be politically correct, or in that we get mix everything or mess things, then we do things and immaturely come back on our decision-making process, and that is wrong.
Let me work out, Honorable I won't call it J what it stands for, but it's J Victor Namwe. Honorable Namwe, welcome to the show.
The J stands for justice.
Justice Victor Namwe.
It is good to be with you all. I'm just listening and taking in everything you're saying, but it's good to be with you, Sylvester, Augustine, and Jerome. The Bucky Ross situation, I think is I think a confluence of things that actually all seem to be weighing against him. He has a background. I didn't know until we left the show. My son, who knew him, he had to educate me. Apparently, he's a Philly boy. He was here in Philly.
He was deported, yeah.
Yeah, he was. But he's a very big star in Philly, and I think he got carried away by the and most of the celebrities do that here. You know, they take this drug thing for granted. But anyway, apparently that background led to his deportation. So he has a background, and so.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Namwe. He was deported for the same drugs thing.
Yes.
Is it Mugi blind?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently. So apparently he was involved in, and you know, the magnitude, just like you were saying, you know, the magnitudes of the severity of the offenses. So it looks like he was in the higher magnitude range. And so he was sent home. And so if the Liberian LDA found him with drugs, I think, although you may argue that they probably shouldn't have used his past to define him, but I think they were looking at him through that angle. Then two, just like you said, I think Sylvester, I understand he's a very big supporter of the former president.
That's correct.
Yes. So so again, you know, all of these factors, I think they kind of altogether militate against him. And so those who are arguing that there may be some bit of politics involved here, they may not be too wrong at all, you know. And so I mean, he's a young person. Yeah, I understand. I think he's in 40s now, but you know, somebody needs to whisper in his ear. You know, you got to pick your moments. But yes, I think it was Augustine who was saying they believe, and Duke here is saying that they think too that because he had a big event coming up, I understand. And I think our people, the authority, got a little bit concerned. One, he may be pulling a lot of crowd and rally support for the former president. We don't know that. Or you could still, you know, rake in a good bit of money and support some campaign activities for the, you know, who knows. So if you add it all up, he really has a lot going against him. And, you know, I would have advised him to keep his head down a little bit if I were advising him.
But in a press release, he said it though. He said, everybody who wants me, they are not arresting me because of what I have done, because the drug that they caught him with, they show it, right? It's just few things, you know, of marijuana. I mean, it's not anything much. I think they say like 36 grams or something. It's not much. That's what he was saying. He says, anytime they want to use his past as an alibi.
Right.
So there was a drug dealer and all that kind of stuff.
Mr. Gaiman, the fact here is that, and we ought to, now what I'm saying this again, I was saying we ought to strike the balance here. The fact here is that even 1/2 gram or tiny gram of marijuana, if you are caught with it, is illegal in Liberia.
Yes.
Even just this drop. And that's what we should push first and foremost. Like here also, if a car pull you over and caught you with just piece of cocaine or heroin or any other kind of a drugs, today even fentanyl, President Trump now declared fentanyl as a serious national security threat, public enemy to the United States of America. So if you are caught with just one tablet of that, you're in big problem in this country. So, and that's what that's a popular saying. So ignorant to the law excuses nobody whatsoever. So, and if this is his history of getting involved into abusing drugs or pushing drugs and all those things, he will have to see some reason. Yeah, you can be a celebrity if that there are other substance or other thing you can use to stimulate you.
Like what? Like what? So we can know that you
Yeah. So that what I'm coming to now.
Okay.
You can
Hey
go
guys,
take-
the pharmacist over here.
Yeah.
On the TV, they're about to
there
get
are
some
other things he can use to stimulate him to perform well.
Uh-huh.
For instance, I would encourage you to take palm wine.
Okay.
It will happen, right? Beyond the palm wine, if you go, we'll take you to Foya, we'll get you the Foya King juice. The sister proof Foya King juice. Once I John gave you that I'm for. Or you move on that line, you come and take stuff. You got Hennessy. You have some Jack Daniel. You necessarily don't have to take the substance that will put you in problem in the country. That's my perspective, right? If you need something to get you, if you need now, listen, it's a culture. The ganja men will do their ganja root. Go back and get the ganja root. Mix the ganja root with the kinju. Go back in the jar area and do those things. And again, I agree. The culture will say that. I think the late Rascal said something to me before. He said, "My son, the whole thing about Rastafarism is a culture. The way we do it. There are certain areas with DEA people won't come because the guys need the ganja root. So if you want to do those things, create. I don't know if the area is a Jag Rastafari area because he into those things too, right? So you create that sense of culture. So it will be part of that. But if you are into music and a big celebrity and you're taking side politically, you ought to be mindful, Mr. Gibbon. Particularly if you are taking side against the ruling establishment. We all politicians.
Even driving, you gotta be careful.
Even driving, you gotta be careful. Particularly if you have an area of men coming, they can even give drugs to some of your own men come to come drop it to your place.
That's right.
And allege that you are behind this. So if you are in the opposition, now if to say he's supporting the ruling party and the ruling party in power, you think they're going to arrest that boy?
No.
They would never have done it. So you have to watch your back. So that's just what I would say to him. Listen, if you are a star, you have to watch your back. But you have a pin of it. If the law said that it's illegal, it's illegal. There's no further justification. But liberal people will try to politicize it and then use that political pressure to bear to have the government to release him. That's good for him. But some government will abolish. They will keep you perpetually behind bar and ensure that the law is respected and wait for it, and you keep it behind bar where the case is pending. If the case is brought to the docket, the defense will come, the prosecution will come, and they will rumble through the court. And everyone will give the side the argument. If you are found guilty because you are found of that, you go to jail for that.
But Victor, real quick before we move on, something is happening in Liberia for you, and then the chairman can chime in there. I've been seeing some very prominent Liberians, just like it was here in this country about marijuana. They are now saying marijuana should be separated from the rest of the drugs in Liberia. And these are some permanent names, just like it was in this country, the Bill Clinton, the baby boomers decided, listen, marijuana, when they put it on the ballot, it passed. It's not illegal anymore. The states can now, you can now go to a certified marijuana cannabis store and buy your candy, your weed, your juice, and all of that. I'm seeing permanent Liberians now. They are now galvanizing behind Bucket Roy and say a few sticks of marijuana here should not be criminalized. I'm not shocked, but yeah, there are a great generation in Liberia that use marijuana and they are in power.
Yeah. Even here in the States now, you can get a doctor's prescription, but again, there are, there is a whole brand of products. There's various categories. THC, CBD. So the various types of. I think to criminalize, the whole brand, I think is wrong. I think that's what the argument is. Because there are some very medicinal benefits that we are aware of, that can be derived from the product. It's not just all of it that's bad. And then there is also the quantity. How much of it that you have. You can't take a kilo, and claim medicinal, purposes. That's just way too much. But like you said, 36 grams or whatever it was, I don't know. I think the allowed weight is much smaller than 36. I don't know. But yes, there are quantities of it that you're allowed to and then they can look the other way, sometimes slap you on the wrist. And then there are those quantities like distributable kind of quantities that becomes concerning. You cannot consume 500 grams, 1,000 grams or so like that. Then there is the question of your intent, to distribute. Then I think that is when it becomes a problem. But I think up to now it is a non-billable offense. It is illegal in Liberia. But people smoke that thing all in the street, Morovia. Sometimes you pass by someone is smoking it, the smoke blows in your nose. It happens. But again, it depends on the quantity involved here, and again, the various kinds of But yeah, now you can go to the herb store and you can get these things. And yeah, excuse me 1 second, Jeremy.
Yeah. Pee Wee, let's go to some good news here. Yesterday, the president launched the $88.7 million Excel program to fix foundational learning crisis in the Republic of Liberia. It says the government of Liberia on Monday officially launched the Excellence in Learning in Liberia Excel project, the project of 5-year nationwide education reform initiative aimed at addressing deep gaps in foundational literacy and numeracy across the country. The high-level launch held at the Monrovia City Hall in Senghor brought together President Joseph Yuma Boakai, international development partner, lawmakers, educators, students, and civil societies. Excel is jointly financed by the government of Liberia, the World Bank, and the Global Partnership for Education, GPE, with technical implementation support from UNICEF and other partners. The program is guided by the motto, Strong Foundation, Lasting Impact. Boakai, we are about the next generation, the president said. Making the keynote address, President Boakai described education as the cornerstone of Liberia's future and warned against treating reform as a short-term political exercise. This is where I got problem, Honorable Pee Wee. These people write all of these fancy speeches. But then when you look at their actions, what did we do with the $1.22 billion for education? If this is number one in your lifetime, in your pillow, then why are we deferring this to somebody else to do it? This is not a Liberian project, per se. It is being funded and promoted and implemented by our foreign governments and other organizations. So why are we so hypocritical why this is great news? It makes no sense that you said this is so important to you, but when time for you to put money into it, you put no money.
Absolutely, and you see, and that is the reason why the country is backward, because we put most of our major private projects, and we leave it with donors, international partners, or some linked to some multilateral institutions to support these things. And these programs, sometimes they're different areas, sometimes in the middle of things, fundings get redirected. And when fundings are redirected in certain cases, it stalled the program moving forward. Sometimes you start a program that is meant to move for a year, the program just keeps started. And then the sustenance of that program is disrupted by some change of heads of some institutions, or certain bilateral relationship didn't go the way expected to go, and then the funding will swing, or basically the country that is funding it got some major priority. So for us to move on as a country, we ought to be very strategic in terms of what we want to prioritize. We can seek donor support. That is paramount. That is obvious. We're always going to do those things. But what we can also do is that we can strategically direct and use taxpayer money, Liberian taxpayer money, to sponsor particularly a major project that we see to be a signature project that can move the country forward in terms of revolutionizing certain areas. So that is very important and key. But if we don't do those things and we don't want to do it from a half-baked perspective and believing I want to make the big news and say, okay, the president signed this, the president signed that, I think we're going to go back to that. The issue about the digital economy thing the president signed today about the instant inclusive payment system. That instant inclusive payment system too is good. It's a good thing. It do help about the digital economy. But let me go back to what we're saying. It's important that this thing the president launched yesterday, it's very important. But you're right. We do have an ambitious budget now. I think our budget now in $1 billion. It's never been since 1847, the first time. And we should commend this president for that. That the fact that he and his current Minister of Finance can push us to $1.211 billion is good. Let us not be wishful thinkers to say that, hey, the government is not going to collect the money. I believe sufficiently that the government will collect the money, but how can we prioritize major sectors that can move the country forward? Education is key. Agriculture is key. Why is it that we didn't capture that very ambitious first time those critical areas into the budget so that we push some things for the country to move on? But again, we hope that the government will find the money to do that. There's this news that is a great thing that they've done, and we ought to collectively push for the country to survive on these things. But it's a good thing, Mr. Gaiman, but we ought to prioritize these things on our own so that we will say, hey, ourselves. Is that like when you work for your money and give to your wife and you bought something very, very big for your wife or your kids, you feel very proud about that, right? You feel, you knock your chest and say, yeah, that's me.
That's right. Take full ownership.
Yeah, so that's the kind of a thing. But if you were to push on the other side of it and try to do these things that will come and eventually slack out, it just get pulled off the cliff, and it's a problem. So we have to do some readjustment of our plans and see certain policy areas. There are certain major policy prescriptions that we have to remove and say, okay, ourselves going to sponsor this. We ourselves have to engage this and do this and do that and do this. And that can increasingly impact the country moving forward. But yes, first and foremost, we should commend the government for this, and we hope that the partners, the government will focus on these things, and the partners will focus and continue to give support to us.
Honorable Namwe, you are an educator. This is great news. This is some of the things that some of us have been preaching. Instead of building university, it's good for you to build the feeder program, right? You have to create programs that will be able to qualify these kids to get into either vocational or the university or colleges. They have to be ready. So this concept that this president is talking about, okay, this excellence in learning is an excellent program. My only drawback is it is not a government program. It is NGO based. So it tells me that when the NGO leaves, there's no way for the government to solve these programs because they are highly sophisticated programs that are needed. And when the NGO leaves, they go by the wayside. I have a typical example in Grand Bassa County. We had a multi-million-dollar aquaculture husbandry campus, 200 acres. They have horses, they got mules, they got you name it. When the NGO, when the World Bank left, the whole thing has been abandoned. You go out there, you see the horses walking around. We got a couple of zebras there. The beautiful concrete buildings that were built, no maintenance, and it's just there. So while this is great, we have to press the government. that this thing has to be absorbed by the government. There has to be something written down. After these people leave, it will become a public policy.
Yeah, I haven't read the details of that agreement, but I think somewhere I may have seen or heard that I think at some point in time, after a certain period of time, it is supposed to revert.
Yes. 5
Yes,
years.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, initially it will be run by the NGO, but I think after a while it goes to becomes, the ownership goes to the government of the Republic of Liberia. So that way, I think it's going to be a government-run institution. And I think it's a good thing that the president is taking this initiative to strengthen, the foundation feeder programs, as you indicated. I think it's important to get our young people exposed, to various levels of skill sets. I mean, what we're watching, in our country, the systematic decay of our, academic standard is very concerning. I mean, we all come in contact with these children. Even some of the kids from the university, when they write and they talk to you, and speak, you wonder. So, hopefully, this is an attempt to address some of these problems. I think there's obvious gaps, that our kids need to fill, as and they need to have a solid foundation, compact. But I'm afraid most of them, the foundations are porous, and so I think tackling them at the elementary because I understand this is elementary and a secondary level. I think 100 schools or so that are going to be built. But now the question too is the answer of building brand new schools, or could we have taken a look at school like Nizo School in Grand Bassa County that has been there since 1946, and the whole school building is like a net. You look through the whole building, you stand on one end of it. I mean, the walls, everything is like, I saw the principal's office. You can't even keep your pick in there. So I don't know, but all in all, I like I said, I don't know the details. I congratulate the government on this. I understand the government is contributing a certain percentage of this money, and then the NGO, will be contributing a certain amount of it. But again, like I said, I hope the intention here is to help our young people. Most of whom right now need a lot of help, a lot of it. We're witnessing an arrested development kind of situation. You talk to a 22-year, that's this 20-year-old people who are still in, elementary school. I'm not making it up. Johnny is the one who tore the country. So I will pass it on to him. He would tell me if I'm lying, but look, and I read. I'm not joking. I read in the papers. I was telling my wife, I think some 2 years or so, God rest his soul, but there's a gentleman who killed himself. And then about 27 years old, he couldn't pass the national exam, and it's not funny matter, but this is what our children are dealing with, so we need to find all kinds of ways to help them. I think there's a lot of help that's in demand in our country. Johnny, welcome on set, my brother.
Johnny, be good. Johnny, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gilman, and thank you, Mr. Nangwe and
Johnny, as you tell me, I gotta ask you, what is it about this Hassan Kiazu? Almost every appointment, this president made appointment today again, Hassan Kiazu. And he's a former legislator. I mean, this guy is all over the place.
My man, they made a Maradona, made a Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo.
I thought they appointed him some time ago.
So Mr. Gilman, and
Bureau of National Concession. Sorry, Johnny, it's right here. Oh, this is you know why? I'm sorry. This is October 28th. October 28th. Sorry.
Yeah, Everson. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I take it back.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah. So with regards to education, if I was following you guys as I was driving when you're discussing the issue of drug, and I'm one person I've always said we need to have a national conversation about drug. What do we call drug? Which category of drug do we want to criminalize in Liberia? And I'll speak from the perspective of, I've worked around Liberia for the last 15, 20 years. I've come across people from different walks of life, different age group, both male and females. And I see what they are doing, and I see their level of engagement with the particular item we call marijuana. I know for a fact I've been on farms in Liberia. In every part of Liberia I've been on farm. Most of the young guys who make farm have a portion of their farm where they are growing marijuana. I'm not telling you, I'm not making up a story. I've walked on the farm, I've seen it, I see them growing on the farm, I ask questions about it, and they tell me what they do with it. So now, I remember when I was doing my undergraduate studies at the University of Liberia, we're doing a study on narcotic drug and things in relationship to social problems and other things. And I realized that in Jamaica, marijuana is legalized, it's openly consumed. At that time, when I was doing research, when I showed Jamaica had 99% literate females and 97% literate male. So I try to connect. If we are competing in Liberia, that marijuana is causing people to get crazy and other things in Liberia, how come the Jamaicans are consuming this thing openly in very good amount? And the issue is not about people being crazy or being mad in the street, but the population is telling me that they have 99% literate female, and 97% literate males. So we need to do conversation here. It's not that I'm supporting drug consumption, but we'll be clear and deliberate on what do we consider as illegal drug. Example, I went for studies in Holland. On this Friday, I went to the Henneken area to go take Henneken, and the guy came, sat right across me on the long table, and opened his waist bag. What he took off was marijuana pack. And I saw it, he opened it to prepare for smoke. Even though we're told in our orientation that it's legalized in this place, but because I'm from Liberia and I know that it's not legal in Liberia, and I'm in a free, strange country, I got afraid. Immediately, I told my Henneken can and changed my position. Assuming that I'm in a foreign country, I won't get involved with any arrest. So I'm just saying, as a country, we should have a conversation on what do we consider as drug that is affecting society, and then we can decide what to do. That's my, a little bit of opinion or talk on the issue of drug. The second thing is about education. Today I've followed our program entirely. And Mr. Gamer, if you ever listen to the audio, listen to UNICEF representative in Liberia, listen to his speech, what he said. Then I will tell you that we are challenged with this process. And again, I've been around for the last 15 years again within the international NGO sector. We were here during my study regime. We got a program called FED that brought $70 million+ to agricultural program. That program for 5 years. After 5 years, that program closed. Look around the whole of Liberia. You will now find one site that is left behind by the Agriculture Ministry to use for demonstration. Here, I was living in hotels as gold specialists. Different academic people were here. That amount was brought to Liberia, and in 5 years, that program failed or got concluded. There's no impact. There's nothing left that we can boast of this project impacted Liberia. That's just one example of how this international organization program comes. But then we as a government, as a people, we do not incorporate these ideas into our governance system, into our program system. Now, this extra program, like you clearly read, is both government and international bodies. But let's go back. What is our own government interest in education? What have we done with the TTRs? Zozo Teacher Training Institute, Kakata Teacher Training Institute, Webo Teacher Training Institute. We got those 3 institutes that were built in Liberia across the country to train teachers, to support all our public schools and even private schools in the country. If we are serious as a country, as a people, we should be investing in these training institutes to upgrade them so that teachers there will have laboratory available for their training and their enhancement. This extra program, everybody say, I might start to hear good thing, but I'm not too happy that it's going to be, a long-term support to the Liberian government education system, because until the government can incorporate that idea that is being brought and make sure that all schools, whether public or private, carry on the same practice, because public school students are Liberian students, private school students are Liberian students. Despite it being public or private, all the children in this country will have equal access, same quality of education, the same standard. You understand? So, I mean, I heard about it, I followed it on the news, they discussed it, but the person message I told Kenya was the UNICEF ambassador. He indicated that this is a good thing, but it also depends on the government's willingness and ability to finance it and to take ownership. Look, I managed the project for 15 years. It was a very good program to build capacity of local leaders in the country to understand rule of law, understand governance, to be able to adjudicate or resolve conflict in communities in line with basic human rights principles and things. Good idea. Training leaders into governance system. I went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs more than 5-6 years consistently. No, this is a good program. How can we incorporate it into the Internal Affairs Ministry, programming? That every time new government comes, or every year, even twice a year, you build a capacity of local leaders to understand government policies, government initiatives, the governance system of Liberia, the legal system, because people doing government work in this country, in the interior or in the counties, have or they have limited or no idea on even the principles of governance on our constitution. So it's a good idea to hear about Excel, but I'm not too excited about it, because I know clearly from my perspective, from my experience, that after the program closes, like I heard from Mr. Nagbe and everybody else, I don't see the government taking ownership, because we have the example here. Right in Pastor, Orange Grove, World Bank built a nice school building. I walked all there and went there. You can see World Bank project and see the government building. 2 buildings, you see clear distinction. My people on this show, you will see clear distinction. The World Bank building is clean because the newly constructed building is clean. The classrooms are neat. The chairs are good chairs. The classroom is beautiful. The classroom is a nice, conducive place to learn. I saw the classroom like I felt like I was in Bontown school those days in Bournemouth. But in the public school, right adjacent or the right opposite, one World Bank built. The public school, I walked there. The chairs are broken. Some of them got 1 leg. 2 legs, 1 broken. Everything just turned upside down. Now, World Bank built our school in Orange Grove and turn over to the government. Come 5 years from now, go see that building. What it will look like? What will it look like? That's just right here on the main road, on Buchanan Highway main road. That I even like compound 2 or number 2C, all the way like someone like Wookam there. On the main road, right here in Wakatan, the public school is there. Go see the classroom, see the teachers that are there. So I think this kind of initiative we should take it is a good idea, but we should be very deliberate. The existing schools, let's upgrade them and build. I agree we should build more schools, because Tomenham was built in the 60s. We had less population in Morovia or in the Cinco area. Now Cinco is populated. Tomenham has no government school there. Pinsville High School was built, I think, somewhere around the 70s or so, but then we have people populated in Pinsville. Pinsville now is the biggest district in the whole Liberia. It's the most populated district in the whole Liberia. Only one public high school, guys. We should build another public high school, but then we should upgrade PCS. Well, if we want to mean business, Mr. Gaiman, like you said one time, we need a sound population and a healthy population. So education and health should be our major priority in this country. If we focus on that, then we are ready and serious about building and developing Liberia.
Right. Honorable Pee-wee, this one is huge. This one is so huge. It says here, the project officials said Excel will cover more than 2,000 public schools across all 15 counties, reaching 73 political districts and 124 education districts. Key components include curriculum reform. You see why they didn't put no money into curriculum development? And structured pedagogy to improve fundamental learning.
20,000 development, 20,000.
Training and support for over 12,000 teachers, 4,600 school leaders, construction and rehabilitation of climate resilient primary schools, grant and violence prevention programs, and strengthen national assessment data and accountability system. The program is expected to benefit more than 375,000 students, along with teachers, administrators, and communities nationwide. Estimated investment averages about $500,000 per political district annually. Pee Wee, this is huge. This is even more than the whole Ministry of Education. Pee Wee, you are muted.
Yes, it is huge, and I think it's well crafted. The fact that it is actually structured in keeping with a very great educational policy, if you will. And the former president of our country, that even during her government, through a paper back at her Minister of Education at the time, describing the whole statement presentation as a mess. Herself, in recent days, I was in Liberia when she stated that the educational system is back on course. President Sirleaf said that recently. So, and with this roadmap, a very comprehensive roadmap geared towards structuring the educational system, as you said. Probably is the reason why they did, but even at that, they shouldn't have just placed $20,000 for what I would call curriculum development in the budget. But yes, this program going to target curriculum development, if you will, and going to do a lot of structural review, training teachers, 6,000 plus, and we're going to benefit almost 300,000 pupils and other
375,000.
Yes, and other secondary students, if you will. This is going to go is a total overhaul of the educational system.
Mm-hmm.
What we have to do now as a government, we have to put into place a policy mechanism that will help us to roll out this issue after the fatigue of donor funding. There will be a time that there will be fatigue into from donor funding into this particular program. How can we plan a way that we can begin to put in a budget plan that whenever or every year we part of our own mission, and as the UNICEF has stated, the government is doing this. I want to believe this is coming from a lot of the partner. UNICEF going to chip some money into it. It's going to come from a lot of areas. During Madam Sirleaf Day, there was this global fund, this pool of global fund that came in both to the health sector and the educational sector. Millions of dollars got poured into Liberia. Unfortunately, we didn't have a comprehensive policy that we push to put into place these things. Now there's a comprehensive policy. At the time, it was just sprinkled of issues that are unfolding. But now with this one, we can sit and say, hey, this we plan along, what the World Bank going to do, what the UNICEF going to do, what other UNDP going to do, what other institutions going to do, right? It's going to push towards that. What I would not want to push and see is for us to have a Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education that would move from behind the desk in a comfortable office and begin to push for the implementation of this thing, the scrupulous implementation. Let me emphasize that. The scrupulous implementation of these things to ensure that those areas we have some, like your example, I have a little brother. My late father, last son, is in school in Yela, right? For some reasons, why we're planning to get him up, but he's smart enough. And if you have these things playing and comprehensively implemented and done, it would surprise all of us to note here that you're going to see some improvement in the rural area. We have a lot of talents in the rural area. How can we put into place these things that will help teachers? Because rural teachers have to be trained. Despite of all of those teacher training institutions that we built, and they are languishing, they're not fully funded, they are equipped. So with this program, if fundings are available, we review the curriculum. Now, do we have a curriculum that our news is usefulness? We have to build and review the curriculum that will conform to current day learning. I think it is unfortunate and not making too much of sense to allow one student to do 10, 15 subjects. We have to do a revision of our national curriculum, Mr. Gimen, and put into place, and to now overburden students to do reading, spelling, literature, this, that, Bible, ROTC, taste that. No. So we have to review that curriculum, and that will come in line with the national program in terms of science and technology, in terms of those students. And one thing we have to do in terms of the emphasis, and that's one of the things the folks we have to do, even the US is heavily challenged on that. They're trying to get on par on the East, about the reading and the mathematics. The kids, we have to plan a very comprehensive issue, because if you got students like a student that can read very well, can be a very brilliant student. The ability to read and to structure mathematics is very key. So how can we do that for our kids? That the elementary side of it, even from the secondary side of things, what is the curriculum? So the curriculum development is very key here. And then training the teachers. We've got the trainers of trainers. So we have to come and train the teachers. We'll train certain trainers, and they will go and train other trainers, right? So if you did that, you empowered, not only you empower them, you have a kind of sophisticated system, and then the teacher will. Now, there was a time, 2015, was it 2015, that about? I will have a tour of the counties in Liberia then. I've gone, I think it was 2014. I've gone to Bapuru County, and there's a town they call Bayama. We even renovated a school that was in a very makeshift way. The students were even sitting on the bare floor, breaking stools. We have to move to get some chairs for them. The new progressive did that. But what was more important to me and shocking was that the other teacher there, Mr. Peter, that I spoke to, but one of them, most of the other teachers, imagine you have 5th grade dropout serving as classroom teacher, right? Imagine that, and so to this whole program is this thing, Mr. Given, it's a very good thing the president launched. On a serious note, we all collectively have to support it, give our own suggestion, if you will. We can criticize some, and immediately with this, you don't just loosely criticize, but you criticize, then immediately put forth the way forward and some solution to, because they're going to help the country a lot.
Yeah, but
brilliant program. Yeah, but
brilliant
program.
Pee-wee, nobody can criticize this particular program.
Yes.
But let me read what it says here. The whole world, right? Everybody say agree. They say the sustainability of this program measures should include government budget commitments and provision in the Liberian law, education law, that allocates revenue from extractive and agricultural concession into education. It should be mandatory. Not just leave it to the, for this thing to work as massive as this is. The whole world agrees. They have done the research. There's no way that they're going to rely on give me. The international community said there has to be a concerted effort and a commitment from the government, including revising some of the law on education for this thing to work. Mr. Namwe, this is serious stuff, man.
It is serious stuff, Jerome, especially if it is done right. I think Sylvester, makes a very good point. I think it's very much needed too. But again, the emphasis has to be, right. It has to be done right. Many times there's some well-meaning programs are initiated, and then they very quickly go sideways. And so from the look of it, and I agree with him. I think we should all lend our voices and support in whichever way we can. But the decision makers, they themselves, sometimes they need to, they don't, because they're leading the venture, they're leading the program. That doesn't make them the sole experts on this subject. They have to invite help. Look, all over the world here, Jerome, wherever that travel. I think the best way to succeed is to ask for help when you know you need it, And you know, and there's no shame in that. And actually, it's the smart person who knows when to ask for help. You know, so you bring these programs, they are designed, you know, you can't expect to implement and execute everything by yourself. You get help, get the best, the brightest. It makes you look good. At the end of the day, as the leader of the project, it makes you look good because the credit goes to you. You know, the credit goes to you. So, you know, they should get out quickly, you know, recruit the best and the brightest. A lot of people, you know, Liberians at home and abroad, you know, who I think will help uh, to make this thing what it is supposed to be. Again, like I said, I haven't read up on the details of it yet, but from the look of it, on the face, it sounds good. So, you know, and I have to, you know, give this government credit. Whether, you know, we all say here government is continuing, whether they started or whatever, but right now they are putting the ink to the paper for it.
This is serious, man. This is
Yeah,
awesome.
it is serious stuff. So they need to do the best they can, you know, go out and get all the help they can and make sure to do it right. If they do it right, it has very, you know, I think it has a lot of good potential to do good for our country. You know?
Johnny, what I like about this, the World Bank is somebody having a feedback. They say for the first time, Liberia is going to have an education system that is now evidence-based, that education can be measured. And it says here, the World Bank country manager Gloria Welling described Excel as a turning point in Liberia's education journey, noting that it represents the largest education investment in the history of the World Bank. She quoted Nelson Mandela as saying education remains the most powerful weapon for change, but one that Liberia's learning outcomes are alarming. Liberia's learning outcomes are alarming. Too many Liberian children struggle not because of lack of ability, but because of the quality of education they receive, she said. Excel, she disclosed, is backed by $60 million US World Bank financing and a US $28.7 million grant from the Global Partnership for Education, with additional support from UNICEF, the European Union, bilateral partners, and NGOs. Only past interventions, Welling said, Excel focuses on systemic-wide reform, teacher effectiveness, safe learning environment, accountability, data-driven decision-making, and evidence-based education. Johnny, this is awesome, man.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gilman. This is a nice piece of policy on paper, and we all will be happy to hear. But it's a good idea. And again, as I said, I'm not very excited on the ASEA being, ASEA being copied, being owned by the government. This thing was in process for the last almost 6 months or more. It didn't just come out today. Is this idea reflected in our current $1.2 billion budget?
No.
Is it there? It's not there. We have to stop relying on our interests being taken care of by other people from outside. I will believe and I will appreciate it. I'll be excited if I see this as my government initiative where budget allocation suggests that we are serious to spend our country money on our people. But we still have $1.2 billion and we increase salaries for our senior government officials. And we rely on other countries' taxpayer dollars. You want to what? I mean, what's the point I'm making, Mr. Gilman? Look, I remember years back, Plan International built several schools in Lofa. I will try to look in my library, my pictures. Schools they built, be nice, they went around. No teacher in the classroom, that the animal used to sleep in the classroom. The animal, the goat and sheep in the town. I have this as my practical experience going around. It's a good idea, but are we prepared as a government people? Are we ready to own it, sustain it, and put our money into it and put our mouth into it? Or are we just thinking about this for the purpose of and giving our population in some level of excitement and being happy that, oh yeah, the government will do X and Y thing. It can be owned by us, the agreement. If we don't own it, we'll just be happy for short term. In the next 5 or 10 years or so, or maybe 5 or years, or whatever time, short period of time, all the project will be conducted, will be assessed, will be completed. As soon as those donor funds start drying away or start changing their course of activities, it will not be on. The Children's government went to Vanjama to renovate the Vanjama Multilateral High School. Look in the budget. What do we have the budget for the Multilateral High School in Vanjama? For the Multilateral High School in Zredru, in Haber. Look, Mr. Gamer, for me, I'm not speaking to challenge the government or to criticize the government, but I want to see it, I want to see it done in an earnest and sincere manner. We have read a lot of policies. Mr. Gamer, 2016 or 2018 or 19, during Mr. Weir regime, there was an educational forum here in Kakata at Bidewa campus. Good document, good policy document came out. Where are we? So for me, I've read a lot about Liberian government policies and ideas in partnership with other organizations, global organizations, but until our government can domesticate those ideas. Let me say, I think I read that, that's a right word. We can domesticate and take ownership and run it by our own money. Look, if we have put money in that thing to show serious, that 80 million that we got from the global would have even gotten more than $300 million from them. If they have seen us showing expressive interest by putting our country money into it, we are getting more. In fact, we have been doing a quick period of time. So, what's the duration of the project? How long is it going to? And when will it start?
5 years. 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
That's a political period. So that's good. So I mean, to be very frank, I know the big critical issues. I know people will have issue with me for what I'm saying, but I mean, in the best interest of Liberia, Liberian government, please take ownership and put money into this thing for our people. We're sitting here, someone can say, oh, we're trying to raise money to upgrade JFK, Tabata Hospital, and all the referral hospitals in the country. Then we use that as an opportunity to corrupt ourselves. That's what we'll do. When people come with all the money we give, then the money we raise for ourselves, then we spend it on the few people that are in power to enjoy and live good life. Then the people suffer in the process. And you don't have people taking a tax their money. All you guys being taxed in the US, the government of US take money and send to us to spend for our people purpose. Then our own money we raise here, we can't spend it on ourselves, on the people. Then we spend it on 200 persons or 120 persons, whatever people they enjoy the best. But why must you be buying vehicle for yourself that costs $45,000 every 3 years? Why you can't get yourself $120,000 car and you for the next 6 years in your regime and let the money go to more schools, more teachers, more available material that you will own as a government and you will maintain and carry on? How long will people support us in the system we're talking about here?
5 years.
Okay. Other five. One next. Other five.
That's what. Mr. Nami. Few days ago, I did an analysis here, and people were upset with me when I said the statistics on Liberia that we have 47% literacy rate is misleading. That the 47% literacy rate they are talking about are people who can read, and then out of that, half of that can read, but they can't comprehend. So that brings us down to about 23%. And of the folks that can comprehend, half of that cannot do critical thinking. So we're going from 24 to 12%. So only 12% of Liberians can actually read, write, and comprehend. And I have been vindicated. This is what the Minister of Education, Dr. Jala, said at the lunch today. Too many children can write words that they cannot read. Too many of our students can write these words, but they cannot read them, they cannot understand them, they cannot comprehend them. That rote learning, they memorize it. They have no clue what they are doing. So the World Bank agrees, everybody agrees except Liberians. The data here, so now they are saying they are going to put money into reform that our education system be evidence-based. that the children shouldn't just write words that they cannot understand, they cannot read. This is what she said. 2 million students, 2 million of our children can write words, but cannot read what they write. This is exactly what we are saying. Not because you can read it means you understand what you are reading. This is an indictment on what we've been talking about. And those of you that were saying maybe we hit the government or we always criticizing the government own minister looking at the data. This is what she's saying.
Yeah, and she will be in a better position to say that. I think because the data is what I think driving decisions of the ministry. But yeah, inquiry based learning is something that is best practice demonstrate. Is one of the best ways young students can connect theory to everyday phenomena. Practice. If you're talking about how substances get together to form a reaction, you gotta demonstrate that for the kids to see. Most people are visual learners. The theory just doesn't cut it for them. And so reading with understanding, comprehension, that is something that a lot of emphasis is also placed on in those schools where the students tend to do well. They because understanding a question, be it math, word question, or just 50% of that solving a problem is just understanding, what it is that you're reading, what is being communicated to you, and so you got to take that and internalize it. And English, our people say English, is our enemy, whatever they say. English is not our mother is not our mother tongue. So I have to take that English, convert it to my mother tongue, and try to internalize it. That takes time. It's not my first language of communication. And so the majority of students, they experience that, and as they struggle to correlate, to translate these things into understandable and actionable information, sometimes it gets overwhelming for them. They have to be given the tools how to do it so that it is easier. The same thing we talk about agriculture, farming. Why is it we're not producing enough? Because we're still doing back-breaking manual labor. Do you understand me? Well, most of these people you see here, so they're not that strong. They're not stronger than us, Jerome, but they've found a way to make it easier. They get in the tractor, they sit down, 10 hours, 2 hours of work could be equivalent to 2-3 days of work that we do. So you got to give the children the mechanics, the tools, how to make it easier, so that they'll be able to get through it without being bored, without being intimidated, without it becoming overwhelming. Those are the techniques the teachers are supposed to help the children with. The mechanics, how do you take a passage apart? What is essential and what is just fluff? I can go and say the big, brown, tall building, but what is it that you actually, what I'm asking you for? Is it just the interior of the building? I can start describing it from the parking lot until I get in the interior. By the time you get in the interior, you get lost in the verbiage. So that's what the teachers are supposed to do, to help the children, take up the extraneous information, put it on the side, and go to the meat of the problem. And that's, so that you can easily understand, the substance of what you're reading. And that doesn't come easily to some of us. We have to be taught how to do that. And that's the role of the teachers. The teachers themselves, they need to be taught how to do that. And so when we talk about, the challenges we're faced with at home, those are some of the challenges. Here in the classroom, the teachers here, sometimes you come in the classroom, you're green too, but they will continue to train you. Professional development is mandatorily built in the calendar. When they put a calendar for the 180 days for the year, you will see there how many days of professional development. They'll put it on the calendar. You know, so every now and then you have your in-service. They don't wait for end of the year. The teachers go and gather in Banga and do in-service. No, they do it throughout the year. You know, every now and then the students will stay home or they will leave early, and then the teachers, you know, they go to professional development. Sometimes even staff meeting. You know, some of the staff meeting is converted to professional development. You know, how many of our teachers are taught to plan properly? Lesson planning. You know, you plan a lesson, it doesn't always go the way you planned it. You got to reflect on it and go back and change it because you feel the way you deliver it didn't fall on the ears properly. You know, all of those things, you know, they can be taught. But, and that's what we were saying. And my friend, you know, Flex Electronic, yeah, you know, I like this person a lot. I don't know if it is a male or female. But the president is saying you gotta know your limitations and accept your limitations. You gotta know when to ask for help. You know, I don't know how to code Tabagi, but you know, Sylvester Kovau, Pee-wee may be, you know, the Tabagi aficionado. So I will come to him, yo, my man, I want that Tabagi soup, you know, because that's what you know. Maybe I can cook palm butter because I'm from the southeast. That's my thing. That's my area, right? We all can be master at everything. You got to know when to ask for help.
Good.
And help is almost always available.
They got this song. Everybody got an area.
Everybody got an area.
The young man, I want you to come back on. There's something great that was going on in Liberia today. We are talking about digital currency. We are talking about a lot of great stuff. The two major companies in Liberia, that's Lone Star and Orange, they merged that now they can do inter-organizational trade. You can send money from Orange to it's Lone Star from Lone Star. I mean, so we are talking about digital currency that will actually change the landscape of our economy in Liberia. Maya, I guess, and SAR, they also went to that particular program. And you can come and give us an update on how it went and what it's all about. It is a great thing. We've been hearing about it. Sylvester, if you are aware of this breakthrough, bring us on while we talk.
Oh yes,
there's a signal in the background, Jack.
Yes, I don't know where the guys are. Let me see.
But I like what you just did, Jerome. Orange is
Yeah.
that these people have to show your target, and then some people target. You know.
Yeah, I went to Liberia. People said, "Listen, it's a French word. It's not orange." Okay, so how do I call it orange? I said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it is.
When I bring my money here to when I call them orange, they don't refuse my money. They say,
but that is just how they call it. Straight about so, but that's the name. So you have auto. It's just like if I came and call you, Gimme, you accept it?
Listen, if you pay me, you bring my money. You bring me 5,000 and say I'm bringing to Gimme or
you can even call me J-Man. I'll take
call me J-Man or Hellman. Give me my money. But at least we learn something every day. So the man
but basically, the whole thing that was launched actually today by the government, it's been out for some time now. They've been trying to discuss it. And about this is the instant exclusive payment system. Mm-hmm. The instant exclusive payment system is going to be it's going to help in revolutionizing the digital economy of our country. In terms of now, I can have a GT Bank. Now I'm here currently. I do have a GT Bank account. I can have a GT Bank account, and I can instantly pay Mr. Gilman if he's in Liberia from a UBA account, or I can do that transaction via mobile money from my mobile money account using my bank and do payment to Mr. Nambe in Harper, Maryland County or in Plebo, Maryland County, and Mr. Nambe will instantly receive the money. So it's going to help us. It's going to improve what we call the cashless society, and it's going to help impact the digital and the economy of our society. It's going to be very good. It's going to allow you let's say Mr. Nami is a businessman in Plebo, he will have to commute back and forth time to time from Plebo to Monrovia to get some goods and services back to Plebo. Mr. Nami can just travel with sometimes just his phone using a digital transfer to whatsoever he's going to get and get all the things done instantly. So it's a good thing. It's going to also help this mobile money thing and the orange money, and also going to increase a spread of that. It's now not going to be the mobile money, orange money, and other things, but it's going to be now through what we call the instant inclusive payment system. So the instant is instant and it's inclusive. Now, inclusive in terms of, I sat with someone before they cut the app, and in the bank, I got so deep understanding of it. Instant in the form that I can sit and remit to Mr. Gilman or Mr. Nami, and they're going to get it now, and it's going to be inclusive. It's not like you have to have this network. I can have a Lone Star network, or I can deal with this bank, you with that bank. So that's the level of the inclusiveness there. And the instant nature is, if you did it, it's going to come immediately. It's like the mobile money issue also, but this is going to be the instant aspect of it. It happened before, but this one is going to be the inclusive nature of it. So it's a very good thing. It's going to help a lot in trying to improve our digital economy, and will help the country go a long way. And that's a very good thing that was launched today. And that's what the president in other tone said, that this is not about improving the technological community of our country.
Real quick, Pee-wee,
yeah.
Can you bring Johnny? Johnny is...
Johnny now, huh?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, go ahead, Pee-wee. Land.
So to land with this one quick, I think it's a good news.
It's huge. It's not just good news, it's huge.
It's a great news, and that Mr. Gilman is going to benefit from it. So what I'm telling God, Mr. Gilman is going to Liberia. As soon as you read the Liberia, I'll tell you, say, can you send my instant small thing?
No speaking Gisi.
Yeah. Nobody, it's an extraordinary news.
Arosita, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to be back again so that we can discuss those trending issues that are affecting our dear country, Liberia.
Great. We are discussing current event, and the last part of this show here, it's a question that we asked yesterday, and everybody tried to dodge it, but we're going to discuss it as a political thing. We have all the political parties in Liberia, and we all want to remove Joseph Boakai. What formula are we using? If you put CDC, CMC, ANC, and everybody in a room, and you say we want, come on, hey, young man, come on back. Let's discuss the event that you attended today. Mayan, come on. Let's because I saw some of the photos from the event this afternoon. It was great. I want you to come and opine on it, because you took all those photos. We want to know what they represent. So Mayan, come on back and bring us up to date. So the question is, if you put ANC, CDC, put them all in one room, and you say we have to collaborate to defeat the incumbent, and everybody agrees we have to do this, but who represents us? How do you determine that? I know in the past it has been a major obstacle, because one of the things that ANC, Mr. Cummings, he did not want a popular vote. He did not want to go in a room and have a popular vote. He wanted voters' confidence survey or something of that nature. And the Unity Party and Liberty Party saying, are you kidding me? This is democracy. Let's take the case to the people, and the person with the most vote wins. And he said no. So folks are saying he wants a different method. He wants to buy his way out by having delegates. Every political party assign an X amount of delegates, and then the delegates go to the convention and vote for their leader or who they want. And Joseph Boakai said, well, you're not fooling us here. We're not going to send Derek Gill where they go get an all $1 million, then they vote against us. So this is the question that we're going to be talking about. If we were to all get in one room, how do you select the representative from the group? We have to discuss it while we discuss if the young man can will get update on the digital transfer. But Sita, you give this a crack.
Well, thank you very much. And and I think I kind of made a similar comment yesterday. First and foremost, it's going to be a little bit difficult and challenging for the political parties to be able to come together and find a consensus candidate. The reason is the egos of everybody. Everybody have their own egos. They want to be president at all costs. So they are now willing to cede, to go in the back and allow another person to come forward. Now, take for example, what happened when Mr. Taylor was the Buku man in Liberia those days when we were in Liberia. He was the big Buku man. He was the large Buku man hovering over Liberia. And everybody did not want him to be president. So what the political parties did, they decided to form a grand coalition. They went to the United Conference Center. And we heard that money changed hands. So even some of the delegates that were chosen for the UPP, for the LPP, for all the other political parties, where they went? They went with Cletus Watterson. And immediately when Cletus Watterson won that convention, everybody said, you know what happened? We are not part of the convention anymore. And I can tell you something. During the convention, that convention, it became neck to neck. It was Dr. Tipote and Cletus Watterson. Neck to neck. And I understand that Tipote went to the late G. Bacchus Matthews and told him, say, hey, look, you need to support, the UPP need to support the LPP so that we can win this grand coalition. Bacchus Matthews told him, say, I'm not supporting you. So that level of mistrust has always been part of our political DNA. Fast forward, yes, CDC with NPP and Prince Johnson Party, they form a coalition and they unseated the Unity Party. But guess what happened? When CDC took power, CDC said, okay, you know what happened? We'll sideline the MDR, is that the MDC or MDR? And we'll sideline the NPP. They didn't give those two political parties diehard supporters positions in government. Everybody formed this coalition because they want a piece of the pie. They want government job. CDC sidelined them. So what happened? Most of those two political parties withdrew from that coalition. Fast forward, Unity Party formed its own coalition, and now Bouaka unseated the CEC. Now they are in power. But guess what happened? Most of the people that are in government right now are Unity Partisans. What happened to the other political parties that formed the coalition with Unity Party? So that level of mistrust, that level of deceit that is in the Liberian politics is going to make it a little bit difficult for them to find a consensus candidate to unseat the Unity Party. It's going to be difficult because I can guarantee you, even the Unity Party, when they were in opposition, they formed a coalition with what? LPP, ANC, and Unity Party. What happened to the CPP? The CPP crumbled because of the same what? Mistrust. And you know, everybody is trying to double cross one another. That has been in the Liberian political DNA. So I don't know whether this can work this time around, but the only way it can work is if all of these political leaders are committed to bringing about that much needed change that Liberia needs.
Wow. Let me go to the CMC General Secretary here. Chief, here we are, we're in a room with the sedition, with the ANC, with everybody else, with this, CDC comes out and say we are the largest opposition political party here.
Right.
CNC, we counter. See, we are the most progressive, we are the most loved, we are the most trending political party here. The ANC comes and say, you don't forget also we're still here. How do we reconcile this?
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing. It doesn't come easily, and most of what Jackson is saying there is quite correct. I'm aware of most of what he said. Even though at the time of the Grand Coalition gathering at the conference center, I was working for the UN in Tottenberg, but I was in and out, and the guys, they did say most of what he said, that the delegate qualification process got very, very messy, and they believe some of our guys were bought up the floor. Cletus Watterson had a lot of money. He had come from LPRC and other places, so I think what Jackson is saying there is very, very, it's almost absolutely correct. It's what I heard too. So when you this kind of gathering, his right to trust really is important, but I think if the mechanism is allowed to play out like it is supposed to. I think we saw that in the recent CPP case, like you just said, Jerome. We heard what happened as they were trying to go to convention. Some people want a proportional, representation, and they believe Alex had money. He was going to buy and I think they were taking their lesson from the Grand Coalition of 90, I guess 95 or so. So. They're very complicated. I don't know if there's any sure pathway to it, but trust matters a lot, and I think the players have to commit themselves to play by the rules. Once the rules are developed, I think everyone should try to play by the rules. But quite too often, people tend to set the rules aside, and that's when the miscarriage begins. But that's how I see it. I mean, the UPP case I understand very well. I know Matthew came from the conference center. You're very enraged because of what had happened. We think we got played, but again, we didn't have money, and so money is a factor. If you said Deacon Kala on this set today, and you ask him, the very first thing he would tell you, because he's a proven, very seasoned community organizer. He will always tell you money is always the first factor. You got to have money to do stuff. You can have all of the beautiful ideas. You got to have money to push, to do stuff. You need to get from A to B, point A to B. You got to have money. And so, money was a factor. And I think money was a factor also in the CPP case. So, the short side of the answer to your question, Jerome, I think the mechanism must be drawn out in an atmosphere of trust, and then it must be allowed to play out. I think nobody should try to game the system, and those are very difficult, lofty ideas to attain. But I don't see any other way to have it done. So once the mechanism produces a certain result, I think the participants should be willing to abide by those results. But quite too often, that is not what happens. People end up walking away from the coalition, which happened to the CPP and the Grand Coalition that Cletus Watterson was supposed to head.
Johnny, from what I'm listening to, the incumbent looks like the greatest weapon they got. The weapon of mass destruction they have is this distrust and inability for the opposition to coalesce. Trust. They don't trust each other. And everybody is about self-preservation. If I lost to you and the incumbent come and say, don't listen to those guys, how much you spending all? You say I spent $200,000-300,000. I said, man, we'll give you back your money, leave those guys alone. They have, it's the greatest weapon that they have.
Yeah, so I think this is a good conversation, and I think this conversation is being followed and listened to by those very leaders that we are talking about. And I want to assume that those parties that are out there, the Liberian National Union of Dr. Moniba, the ANC of Mr. Cummings, the CDC, the CMC, they are all, I believe, they are having conversations right now, you know, at their own level and discussing the matter as we are discussing right here. But they have to build trust. And one issue is trust, but to have the trust also, it requires so many things. For example, okay, Moniba, Cummings, we are, Musa are in one room, 4 of them. What is our common objective? To remove the UP from office. Okay, that's one, right? To do what? What is our vision? What is our idea for Liberia? Before them be discussing that. Okay, but Mr. Weah, for example, you were just there 6 years ago, and the 3 of us here were opposing you. We also thought to remove you from there. We didn't succeed. UP, CDC, and Bokai remove you. Now you are with us. What do you think? I mean, they have to discuss the thing in a frank, earnest, and putting Liberian people interest at most. It's possible that they will come together. I believe that it may not be now, but in the next 2 years, they will come together. But I also, in my personal opinion, let me tell you guys my personal opinion, I believe the best way, if these 4 guys can agree to form a coalition now, like as early as January 2026, and now so the people that we have come together, this is what we have to work with. It will bring a complete distraction to the Union Party, and they will be seen as the alternative. But it depends on who will be on our ticket as the head and what we're coming together. So let's take, for example, we agree to have Cummings on a ticket, right? And Mr. Weah said, yes, I agree. I will be part of the coalition. I agree to have Cummings on a ticket. We carry Moniba as his running mate. Oh, okay, somebody says, okay, the body said, look, Moniba, you are a young man. This is a generational matter. You take the lead. Belete will be your deputy to run with you. Cummings and we agree to support. That's the sticker issue. Or Musa take the lead. Moniba follow second. And any one of them, among them, they can coordinate and they can organize themselves. But I believe it should be done as early as possible, rather than waiting until 2028. Because from the way I see the Liberian population, the Liberian society, right now, people are discussing how to remove the UP. Because there are 2 things. Will it be Bokai continuing in 2029? Or will it be Bokai's running vice president or Jeremiah Kun? If a Jeremiah Kun on the UP ticket, how easy or how difficult will it be to defeat them? If President Bokai remains, how easy, how difficult will it be to defeat the Unity Party? Considering they are the one who have the envelope, the country's purse. And I agree with everybody here that it's possible for the ruling establishment to infiltrate the system with cash. But I want to believe that former President Weah, Mr. Belete, Dr. Moniba, and Cummings, Mr. Cummings, I believe they will have a serious commitment that they will not allow the establishment, the current ruling establishment, to infiltrate them, because they are the one that they'll be looking up to touch. One way, if you get Weah, $2 million, Weah will break. Or if you get Moniba $2 million, Moniba will break. Or if you get Cummings $2 million, Cummings will break. or they give two men at the most, they will break. All kind of issues. But those folk agree that we will raise our own money and support our cause, our movement. Then I can tell you clearly that they can win the election. And for me, I would think it should be as early as of January 2026. But I believe some people will say, "Oh, let's leave it until 2027 or 28." And for me, the more you delay, the more you see other variables unfolding. And and I want that God CDC strong in the last election in 2017. They were the first to declare their team and pronounce their team. They didn't wait. They didn't delay. Why I was delaying to select what I will be this person and that person? They went to that meeting. They were LPDP, Prince Johnson, MDR, MPP, and CDC. Those were the four key parties. Once they met, they agreed to that issue. They pronounced that team right away. Whether you like it or not, they start going out there with a message. While the UP and other people were still contemplating on who has this quality, who has that quality, until by then you move it. So I believe if those four groups, even including Mr. Gongro, 5 of them, can collaborate and form a strong force as early as January 2026, they will be in the right position. That will be the real telling.
Great. Let me, Honorable Pee-wee. I saw his internet was fluctuating. I think he's still in FOIA. But let me go to Honorable Namwe here. Honorable Namwe, let's do the vetting. Let's see what everybody brings to the table. That this person can say, listen, this is what I bring to the table, and it will bring instant benefits. Talk to me. Let's stop playing the devil's advocate here. You got 5. You got Monivar. You got Cummings. You got CDC. You have Musa Ability, and I guess no 4. No Gonglo 5. You have you 5 in the room, and you say, you know what? Let's do the pyramid. Let's see what everybody brings to the table. Let's go from 1 to 5.
Well, yeah. And I think those are the mechanisms that are worked out in good faith when these outfits are being negotiated. I mean, the fact is, all the parties are not equal. That is a fact, and that has to be acknowledged. But quite too often, that becomes the number one stumbling issue. Who is going to concede to be the smaller party, and who will be coronated as the bigger party? And that takes quite a bit of navigating. But you're right. Those issues, they have to be addressed head on. If we were to sit in the room now numerically, I would think the CDC is the biggest opposition political party now. So they bring that to the table, and then, like you said, the other parties, they bring other things to the table that we were talking about area and non-your area, something that they also do good at. So those have to be recognized, and then the apportionment is done based on that. I think the formula has to be very clear, so that if you don't fit the formula, or the formula does not produce you as the answer, you should be man or woman enough to accept that and play. Either that, you walk away. But I've seen people go into this outfit with the agreement already sealed and signed, and then when the mechanism produces something that is not favorable to them, and then they start backpedaling, and usually that leads to a breakdown of the coming together. So yeah, that's a very thorny issue in almost every coalition. Who is going to be the big brother or big sister? Who's going to be the small brother or small sister? That once that is answered, I think the rest of this is easier. But you have
to give me 1 through 5, right? 1 being the highest, all the way to 5. So you said CDC number 1, because based on the size, what they bring to the table. Who will you consider number 2? And why?
I would say CMC is number 2, without a doubt.
Okay, why?
CMC has not been tested in an election yet.
We're not talking about test here. We say what they bring to the table.
So so again, we're not talking about all the other qualifying criteria based on
momentum and all of that stuff.
Thank you very much. Based on momentum and all of that. And momentum is something that those who play sport will tell you about. Momentum is so CDC, I would say number 2. I would say CMC. I say ANC. They're picking up now too, and then we can talk about, Lionel. Dr. Moniba is starting to pick up now. And my brother-in-law, Councilor Tiawan Gongo, the LPP, I will rank them in that order. I may be biased because I am a member of the CMC, but others will come in and tell me why I shouldn't, rank them in the way I just did. But that would be my ranking.
Excellent. Let me work on the Chief Tomalin George. You ran away from this question. You've been running, but it's around your neck. You got to come here and tell us if we were to put you guys in the room, somebody have to get out of that room. There are 5. And if I told you, I say, put your thinking cap on, you are the art maker, how will you rank these folks? I agree with Honorable Nangbe here. I might be biased, but as the way things are going, Musa Bility has turned the Liberian politics on its head. I think right after CDC, there's no other competition. You have to mention CMC. Musa Bility is making headway, and it's serious. So I agree. CDC, CMC. I won't even get ANC number 3 there. I think ANC would be number something, but definitely not 3. I will put Gonglo at number 3, and then Moniba at number 4, and ANC number 5. Your take here, if you guys were in the room, what's the criteria? What they bring to the table that justify your number?
Well, first, let me say thanks again and welcome to my fellow panelists and our viewers from around the world. It appears we get something against ANC, Mr. Gimme. I know we're getting.
You see, I got you. Listen, they say Toyo. I told my own you vet. Listen, Tiola, you calling Tiola now, eh? She coming for me.
No, but let me just. I will answer your question, but something today. I was in discussion with some folks today for a long time. I spent hours on the phone, and I want for us to think as a country, right? Rwanda went through the civil war. The civil war ended July of 1994. It's been 31 years. But see how far the poor country they have gone to the country. Okay, I come to your question of Liberia. 2005, we had an election, and 20 years to this year is 20 years. Our country is still the same. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda has, we have had 2005, 11, 17, 23, 4 elections. Mm-hmm. Okay, with 2 parties being in charge. But look at the country today, it's still the same. And today somebody told me that today, it bothered me all day. Too many of you guys talk, everybody talk, but you're seeing the reality. Rwanda had a deadly civil war with a massacre, the Tutsi and the Hutsi. Okay, and the country over the last 31 years, you see how the country what has happened to the country? Liberians should start thinking. 20 years, we still 20 years, we still the same. We have gone nowhere. On a serious note, today everybody rushing to Rwanda for medical, for schooling, everything, and they're doing very well. So if you put them in today all day, 20 years later, Liberia, we still stuck in the same rivalry and so forth, to the extent where we don't know what's happening. But as I answer your question, today I will say publicly, I welcome the movement being initiated by Martin Colley. Say what you want to say. That young man movement, I welcome it. And when I asked him today, he said, comrade, big brother, our plan is to disrupt the system. Forget who he supported. That time I passed. He passed that time. He supported the boycott, the alliance. But he realized that they're not doing well. And from what I saw, thousands of people from around the world now, from Liberians in different regions, are now joining the forces, and their goal is to disrupt the system in the country, and see that that system is disrupted, and you show that because they realize that nobody's going to fix it there. It's a joke. Okay, like okay, you got our national budget. Why agriculture is 13 million, but NSA and Ministry of State almost 60 million. Okay, Education and Health Ministry, their budget is 100 and some million, and they're having huge donor support. Okay, but yet and still, agriculture, where's the top issue of this arrest agenda? That is taking at 13 million. So all these things bother us, and I think we should start having this national conversation after 20 years later, where we are today. Look at compare with Rwanda, that country that's their war was deadlier than our war, but today that country is going to be a shining star in the continent. So to your question now, look, right now it's just about being honest. If we want to change the country, we want to see the country move forward. You gotta be honest. If you go in a room, like I said, we were talking today, and I think the CPP had just come when they went together and said, look, Joe Bugger, you already been vice president. Only Joe, you'll be president now. So we'll just let you stay out. You'll be the president. And then left amongst ourselves, let's find who will be the vice president to you. That's what CDC did. When they met during the 2017, President Weah, you have a larger opposition. You are the man. Everybody, the main opposition leader. I think no matter who argue with you, you'll be the candidate. Now you will choose your candidate among the two parties that are joining you. I think that's what you should have done. Again, come to the question you asked. In the room now, President Weah been president before. If they all agree to President Weah, you're the one who want to carry to be the leader of the ticket, then no argument about that. Let's find the vice president amongst ourselves. But if you find ourselves, President Weah, you've been there before, and I don't think you should really want to go again. Let's find choose among ourselves. They should be able to look in their eyes and say, look, you, Mr. Joe Brown, Mr. Paul, I think we should carry you. Or they should put resources together and do a primary and say, look, let's see who emerge as a top vote getter in our primary. But if they go in the room and they cannot come to that consensus, that's what they should be doing. But that's the best way they can do it. But if I can say this as I end, if
no, you're not ending because you have not given your top 5, 1 through 5.
About what?
Oh,
top 5 about what?
I want you to rank the 5 candidates. We said,
oh man, Mr. Gamer, I will not answer that question because I want to rank the top candidates because I just said earlier, I told you I gave my explanation. I said who been president before, and then if that's the case, then President Weah will be the ticket head because he been president. He can't go for nobody as vice president again. So the other party candidates have to succumb to him. But if they believe that President Weah is now a strong candidate, then they will agree among themselves. Well, you've been there before, so let's try somebody else. Then they have to now decide who to go forward.
Let me go to Johnny because they made Dawson. Johnny, rank.
You know what? When you're done with Johnny, let him open the line. Let it vote call.
Yes, the people vote. Johnny gave me 1 through 5. Because terminate John Dawson. You see he's gone, right?
Yeah, where you going?
Yeah, well, Mr. Gamer, 1 through 5. 1 through 5 on what basis? On what quality? Is it because when they form a team that you think the body will agree to, or on what basis? Because if I do my 1 through 5 in terms of the team that will be the best team to compete.
Give me 1 through 5 and
okay, so let's say for example, right, based on today's reality right now as Liberia is, right, the contending foes we have is the CDC. So the CDC, if I were to form the ticket right now for Liberia to go in the election 2029, I will firstly choose CDC and Monimba second to them. Moniba goes second to George Weah. In this, if everything comes to a conclusion, that ticket I will choose. Moniba, Weah first, Moniba second, based on current reality. But as we progress to towards 2027, 28, it might change.
Why Moniba second?
Moniba second because we are looking at this generational leadership. Look, all of us here knows. If you go back to the Holy Quran, the Holy Bible, or our historical, even customary days way back, every generation of population comes with its own leadership. In this case, Weah generation is my generation, for example. We are the one that are leading now. As we leave a generation, the next generation in line is those between 35 to 45, 50. That's the Moniba generation. So all of those that are in their late 60s, early 70s, or late 70s should be leaving the stage for competing for presidency, but serving as guardians. You understand? So I would prefer. And the second thing is that if a ticket is Weah first, Moniba second, Moniba brings the international credibility to the system, to the ticket. Take it or leave it. Among the five of them, Moniba has the high quality of bringing international credibility. Second to him will be Cummings. Besides that, the other three, none of them, in my view, has that strong international credibility to draw the attention of Liberia. And one reason why you see Madam Sadi was successful in her regime, because she was the first female African president, so it drew the attention of the global community so that she wouldn't feel because the global community was looking at women leadership in the world. Right now, the community around the world is also looking at young leadership in the world. People in their late 30s, 40s, and early 50s are young leadership in the world. So I would think that if President Weah takes over, if Weah is a ticket, Moniba second, that becomes a generational ticket for today. If that's a ticket we have to have as of now. That's my advance. That'll be my proposal. Going forward to maybe if you go towards 27, 28, it might change. The scenario might change because
I said now.
Right now, my ticket, my ticket right now, my ticket right now, the ticket I can put up now that I think will be a good ticket to defeat the UP will be Weah first, Moniba second. That's my ticket.
Listen, I'm saying I give you five to rank them in the order of strength.
I'm giving the ticket already. I'm giving number one, number two. So
I didn't say ticket. I said give me the strength. You said CDC.
I said if you say rank, on what basis are we ranking them? On what basis?
Oh, but their strength. What do you bring to the table?
But that's what I'm saying.
You saw Victor rank.
I told you I will rank Mr. Weah first, based on reality, and the ticket will be followed by Mr. Moniba.
Wow.
And then we can have Belete, Cummings, and Bulo. That's it.
Okay, Cummings. And okay, great. Let me go to Honorable Speaker. This is a tough one because even the chief himself, the political guru on here, Mr. Thomas, give me your top five in the room.
You're on mute.
Party of strength, eh?
We should mute and noise too much.
Yeah, okay, that's Johnny. Okay, so Honorable Seaton, we are going by strength. Today we're in the room now because at some point we will have to decide who leads the opposition. So we got 5 people in the room. We got CDC, we got Lena, we got ANC, we got CMC, and then we got Gongolo. Those 5, rank them at number of strength. We talk about strength.
Okay, let me just rank them quickly, and then I'll give you my reason why.
Okay.
Number 1 is the CDC.
Okay.
Number 2 is the ANC.
Okay.
Number 3 is the LPP.
Okay.
Number 4 is Lenu.
Okay.
And number 5 is the CMC.
Okay.
And I will tell you the reason why.
Okay.
Now, the ANC, the CDC has been tested several times. They have produced a presidential candidate.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the fact that they produce a presidential candidate and that presidential candidate, it is likely that he may still be interested in the leadership of the country, he's going to get the first rank. Why? Because as a president, you cannot go back again and be vice president. Do you understand? So that's number one. Number two, ANC. Every election cycle in that country from, I think, 2005 to today, the ANC has participated in that election. I may be wrong, but the ANC has participated in more than 2 elections in Liberia. They have been tested.
Not 2005, no.
Okay, that's why I say I may be wrong. They have been tested. They have been tested. Their name is resonating with a lot of people in the country. So for that reason, I will make them 2. For the LPP has been around for a long time. This is the Progressive Party. We have a lot of progressive Liberians. So there will be 3. Yes, Leno, Dr. Moniba, he has brilliant ideas. He has brilliant ideas, but I don't know whether his ideas are resonating with the people, because everything he has been saying has been said before. You understand? Everything he has been saying has been said before. See? But for the CMC, yes, CMC may be having momentum, but CMC has not been battle tested. CMC has not gone to the poll and where the people tested, yeah, we really want the CMC. Liberia politics is peculiar.
But CMC won a district in Nima.
Hold on, Liberia politics is that's just one district in Nima County. Liberia politics is peculiar.
Which are the CMC won?
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, gentlemen.
He didn't win district number 7?
No, it's not CMC that won that seat.
Okay.
Yeah,
CMC man won that seat.
No, we have to be frank here. So it's not CMC seat.
Okay, but CMC man won the seat.
CMC has not won any seat as a party.
Okay, good.
One, you don't have.
Okay.
Now,
we give it to you
CMC has not been.
Last year won as an independent candidate.
Okay, we're coming to that. Go ahead.
CMC has not been. Hold on, let me finish, gentlemen. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Oh, see, are you talking about ANC?
CMC has not been tested electorally in Liberia.
That's correct.
We don't know their strength.
That's correct.
They may be having all of the momentum. The Liberian people are a peculiar group of people. You can, once they know that you will give them little cash, they will all rally around you. But when it comes time to vote, they go the other way around. So the fact that CMC is getting momentum does not necessarily mean that they are a political force right now. The only way we will know that they are a political force if they are tested in an election. So for that reason, they will be last.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Your 1 through 5 and your justification. If we were in a room, right, and we are about to determine who should lead the opposition based on strength, how will you rank all 5?
The 5 political opposition parties?
Yeah, we're talking about LPP, that's Gonglo.
No, when you start, okay, go ahead.
Musa Belete. We're talking about Leno, that's Dr. Monuba, CDC, and ANC.
Now, on a more serious note, if the opposition, if we first and foremost, elections, we select people, and I'm going to be brutally honest here. We select people, we count people on the basis of their past performance. And from Mr. Sita just in that monologue, he said CMC have not been tested, battle tested electorally in the country. That's correct. And CMC got no seat. Her first major contestation didn't perform well, where the guy Mike Bruno or whatsoever, then he went too far. So they haven't been tested yet. So if you were to do that on the basis of past performance, one would look at the CDC on a serious note, politically.
Number one.
Number one. You consider the CDC number one based on her past performance.
Right.
Now, if the structure is changing Now, but based on past performance, you consider the CDC. And even for now, the person that is to mark or seem prepare or more prepared in terms of to go in the roundup for Mr. Boakai for this election is the CDC and Mr. Weah. So from that perspective, I would not take long time on this on a serious note. I would take the CDC on that basis. Okay. And my basis will be on the basis of past performance. There's a past record. 2000, that's only two parties since 2005. ANC came in the picture 2017. ANC did not participate in the elections 2011. They didn't do it 2005. They came in the picture 2017. And from the past record, 2017 was a little good. A recent record mean this month. Now, can we, if we sit in as an opposition political committee, saying if we try to build a coalition, then you sparking a new debate from an angle. If it's going to be a coalition of the waiting, if you will, then we can start having a conversation with the CMC, the ANC, and other political, along with the CDC, that is the mightier political party in terms of numerical strength. And then we can sit there across the two to say. But if we're looking at it from the structural performance and the way things have been unfolding in the country, I will, with no debate, take the CDC ahead of that. Even structurally, the CDC
Okay, so your number one will be CDC, number two, CMC, number three, ANC, number four, Leno, and number five, LPP?
Number five would be LPP, no, LPP will be number four and Leno will be number five.
Okay.
Yeah, check the history of it. You see,
yes,
Mr. Gimmer, quickly, it's not about people coming and trying to talk all the big talk. The big talk is not the way the politics of our country unfold. You have to pay your due to the Liberian people. They will have to understand. And that's one of the reasons why politically the country is structured in the way. You see, the 2007 elections, it was such that people were looking when they saw this. So HB. Then I was completely blind. I didn't know nothing about politics, but I was so passionate. I used to love listening to news, listening to politicians. Then I didn't have a say in that elections. I didn't even vote in that election. But the problem that 97 elections is, I learned from that political pundit and other political politicians say, hey, don't listen to the new formula. The formula in that space is to be in the intellectual space. In the political space, Liberian people don't trust those people in the liberal space. And you saw how he performed. Very poorly. Very, very poorly. And it was between Mr. Taylor and Mrs. Sirleaf. Distant. Mr. Kroman, Professor Kroman came distant third. And you saw that race. From there, we saw 2005. 2005, Madame Sirleaf knew already around with Mr. Taylor. Everyone would say, oh, the woman at challenged Taylor all the time. Boom, she was tapping up, and she came on that line. You saw how the election unfolded at the time. Mr. Weah came second, Chad Broskin came third to him, and all those things. Distant third also. And the history repeated. It came back to 2011. 2011, Madame Sirleaf won. Mr. Weah relegated his standard bearer position. He relegated himself to a VP, and then Winston Tuckman took the gavel. What happened? Eventually, Madame Sirleaf won. That election was cleared up, she won. But the CDC was placed on political bluff around, trying to either would do this, they would boycott, they would do this. She actually won that election. And it came down. Then 2017, Mr. Weah came back to the picture. And eventually, when he came to picture 2017, he won. Right? So that's it. And again, it came. So it is structured that way. You have to pay your due. And that's one of the reasons why, even all of what CMC is currently doing, you have to, the Liberian people they will have to reach an area, you have to do certain things and play a role. Probably CMC is preparing for 2030 what? 2035? Maybe. But I don't think with this time, to just come and launch it, you have to have a coalition of the winning. To spark that debate and just a new issue come near coalition of the winning. If we don't have coalition of the winning, trust me, we had nowhere. It either be between the Mr. Weah or Mr. Barker. Other than that, to have a coalition of the winning, powerful, to get those two parties out, everybody will coalesce behind one person, and that person should be appealing to the Liberian people. And I believe Cummings been around for two different terms. If it's a powerful coalition of the winning, that will mobilize behind comments, you can have some reasonable voice to say it's time that you can kick those two parties out. But if you don't do that, trust me, no other person will come and do anything. No, that certainly change cannot just erupt now. No, to have a powerful coalition of the winning, where everybody will appropriately assemble, and that assembly should have to be on the basis of ideological thought processes and other things. If you can do that and rally behind comments, get the support, change the political narrative, change the commentary, because the commentary and the messages that have been pushed or have to be changed. If that is done, and everybody come and say, hey, we coalesce behind this man, he's someone that got the line. And Mr. Cummings himself now, I think structurally he believed that he will have to change the party from being a corporate manager versus being a politician. He will have to accept something. He cannot come and just disrupt everything and say, I will change everything from the corporate perspective. No. He's inclined to believe that if you are to take power today, he will listen to the politicians that are there, because if you want to disrupt it completely, it will be difficult. So now he's having conversation of that. But a powerful coalition of the winning can change it. No other political party will just come and defeat these two parties if there's not a coalition of the winning. That's
excellent. Dr. Peabody, you ran into the fire here. You gotta give me, we're in the room here, we're talking about the opposition in one room. Now we are going to rank them, the top 5. We have the CDC, the CFC, the AFC, the LPP, and LINU. If you were in the room, and if Moneybag got up and say, I want to be the leader, the question is going to be, what do you bring to the table? If Comey gets up, people are asking what you bring to the table. CMC get up, Musa get up, they will say what you bring to the table. So what do all of these people bring to the table that will put them in a lead to say, guys, I want to be the leader? Rank them through 1 through 5.
That's a very, very challenging question, because a lot of them have something very unique when it comes to leadership. And we've seen some of them have been making a lot of progress. Recently, we see Chairman Billy. He's making some headways. He's motivating people on that side. We see Byron Smotherbach, who come up here and can tell you straight up without even looking at a paper. He can just sit and look in your face and tell you everything that's wrong with Liberia and what needs to be done. Then we have Mr. Cummings, who will come up and can tell you exactly from a business perspective on what kind of investment he want to bring in Liberia. He would talk about, especially the private sector job, what he can do to create jobs. Remember, he was one of those that came about and talked about the first person I ever talk about taking Liberian government budget to $1 billion. He talked about it, and he did that. And we got a CDC, who, by the way, is still a very strong fundamental party, very fundamental in when it comes to election. There's still a force, very strong force to reckon with. So looking at this, I can tell you there should be a negotiation, a very strong negotiation among them, because, I just can't come and tell you the top 5, to be honest, because they all bring something very strong to the table.
You see the Basel people, they are related. You see what both of them doing? When you talk about bobbing and weaving, you can't hear. Now I will go on the record here and give my prediction here.
But Mr. Gaiman, before you get, something? I'll tell you the truth, right? I listen to people. I agree with people. Like that. I'll be honest, and I will say this: if the opposition wants to defeat if they believe that they want to defeat the UP, first thing you decide whether President Weah will run. The first thing you decide. If Weah decides to run, and he say he's running on a CDC ticket, I think that the rest of the opposition should just say, well, because if we should just give it support him, or we have the result that we have had in the past. Now, number 2, if he decides to run, the problem for him, I think, and the CDC will be to get at what people call the opposition of the willing. Now, because the issue will come about, the CDC fulfills political commitments. So how will we join them, and whether we will have a sale of free ride or free sale? So if President Weah decides he will be contesting, I will advise Moneyba, Cummings, and other people, don't waste the time to say you're gonna run, because end of the day we get the same result we have gotten what the last full election cycle. It will be a runoff between he will go to the runoff. So that one you either support him willingly, and you guys form that big coalition that'll be able to defeat the UP. Other than that, if they go in a splinter form, the CDC said yesterday, you'll be preparing your clothes to wear to the inauguration of Boakai again. So if he decide not to run, now you got to now find out who you support, how you get support to support which candidate he become a kingmaker. Other than to make them say, well, I believe that Moneyba, or I believe Gonglo, I believe Cummings is the best candidate situated to defeat Boakai in the UP and the alliance. So the first question is, if he decides to run, it will be, I just tell the opposition people, you're either supporting, you want to win to take the people out of power, or you'll just forget it, because he will go to the runoff, and then that way we decide again. But don't forget, going to a runoff over incumbents in the office, they always have the advantage, always have the edge, especially when they're in office at the time. So I agree with what people said. If you cannot always on the willing,
that's why nobody going to win again. That's why I said they would need to come to a negotiation here to decide what is in the best interest of the country. It's not the popularity. We know that President Weah is extremely popular. He's still popular in Liberia. We know that. He still have a huge follower. What I will say here, it will be best interest determinability here. Best interest determinability. They'll have to sit down and say, look, this is how we'll do it to move forward. Other than that, somebody else.
If I may just come in quickly. Okay, so look, I'm going to say this with the utmost respect for former President Weah. Okay? It's not like he's an automatic winner. The people tried him before. They tried him before, and they decided otherwise. So if we're going to sit here and assume that him putting himself in the race will make him an automatic winner, that's a mistake. Then it means we're not taking into consideration what just happened here 2 years ago, where he didn't have to debate nobody. He didn't have to do nothing. He himself said it. He didn't do nothing, and the people elected him. I think we shouldn't forget that. We were given the courtesy as a former president, as the biggest opposition party then that toppled the UP government and came to power. We get out of that. But politics is about what have you done for me lately? We in the opposition community, we have to be sober-minded and assess our chances. We're not going to go with anybody simply because we think he's popular. His popularity has been tested.
This CMC guy, really, I don't understand.
Okay, so Tommy George, your number one is CDC. Who will be the next strongest political party?
I mean, like I said, right? If you see, you want me to be direct, but no, I wouldn't be direct like that. Yeah, I just said, like, I think we laid the groundwork for the whole this conversation. It's no argument about that. I don't, Mr. Nangwe, I agree, but Mr. Nangwe, our system is where it is today. That's how it is. You can, if you go to election today or tomorrow, if we are in a race, he will go to the second round, because you know what I say for? First of all, he's a popular person. Number two, he has his constituent. He has his base where the people call Wiyashens. They are about 20-50%. They cannot change their mind about him. Just like you see Trump in the MAGA movement, he has that. How many, whoever the politician you talk about now in a group now, like the name, no one has that to their advantage. Then you got the seditionists. They die ones who, I don't care what happened, they will be loyal to the party and to we are running. Okay.
35% of the vote.
Yeah, so that advantage he has going to the race. I mean, I agree. He's been tested, but it's just a reality. Yeah, it's reality. Did he do well the first term? That's another day, discussion for another day. but just the reality that he is the most popular opposition leader in the country with the largest opposition bloc. So if he, that's what I said, and people alluded to, if he decides to run, no, what else other parties say they're running? Because they're not going to garner that percentage that he has, the advantage going to the race. So the best thing we can do, find out for him whether he really want to run and whether he'll be running. If not, just forget it. If he can cross that hurdle, if we ask him out of the race now, then the race now comes to Cummings, Gonglo, and other people. So now let's see, and Musa, let's see who can make it. But I agree. I'm right now. Other parties trying to make their name, but we don't have to even imagine. They may have not even gone to any country yet. But when he just made an appearance up there, how many other people can do it?
Right.
Just come out organically. That's okay. We appear and show you up. It's not happening. I mean, just be real. People just be real. You may not like it, but that's the fact we see over the years, and it's still happening.
Okay. No, Chief, I absolutely agree with you. I laugh because you sounded just not like Sir Joseph, who say Joseph Boakai say you will not run, then you run. But anyway, the point is, I also agree with you. You said if elections were held today, and I absolutely agree with you. The conditions that you just described, they are applicable to today. But we got 4 years down the road to go, and we are betting on the fact that we're going to do politics differently. And our people will see. We'll sharpen the contradictions. Is it just enough to be popular, or is it good to deliver for your people? And those are the arguments we're taking to the people. We're not going on just being popular. What kind of substance are you bringing on the table? We're going to have debates. We're going to shake this thing up. And at the end of the day, when we shake the tree down and it settles, if it is the former president who is the most popular among us, I think we will all support him. Otherwise, we're going to say somebody. Well, we're not going to coronate anybody. Does it?
I agree.
What? No, we're not going to give it to you in the silver platter. You have to come and wait for it. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to shake this thing up. We're not joking.
Victor.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Victor. What methodology will we use to select? According to John Marvolo here, he is saying it should be strictly based on competence. So I don't know what competence is because it's relative. So John Marvolo, if you could give us the reason you're saying we should use competence, then maybe we can listen.
No, but Mr. Gaiman, there's no sorry for interruption. There's no level of competence. The barometer drawn by the people of the country is politics. The competence based on what you tell them from your manifesto and what they believe is, again, it's charismatic reason. They want to see your charisma. It's one thing. Liberian people, as Mr. Taylor would say before, they love to see their leader look very that flaggy and all of things. They love powerful leader that do this. And so for some reason, he gets the attention of the people of the country. So competence would not be, it's about you pushing the message to the people and you allowing them to penetrate through the phone.
It can be tangible too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying. It's relative.
Yeah,
it's relative.
Yeah, and
it can be your ability to manage resources, manage people, produce results.
I agree with that.
This should be the key component.
I definitely agree to that, but I'm coming to the level of, and Mr. Nambe, I agree to what you said that the former president been tested. And to be tested before and come and say, okay, this person is doing this on the basis of what the Brempo did yesterday, say, or on the basis of love and passion, or someone would say, I don't know how to call it, agape love. No, it's no longer going to be on the basis of those kind of love, right? It's going to be on the basis of what you can do now and say, okay, now maybe his campaign message is going to be straightforward. I had an agenda to do this, but it was disrupted by this. But why do you think it was disrupted? Why do you think it was disrupted? It was disrupted because Liberian has some issues, right? So it's going to be a big debate there. And that's one of the reasons why, from the tailwind perspective, we need to, and that's why I don't need people, because an attempt to begin the process of one proven to be this, and you know if you get there, you will not reach, then you will damage the opportunity for the rest of the political institutions. So my quest to this thing is that, hey, can we carry on the coalition of the willing and get there, allow the appropriate forces to align and see who best can do this thing? Trust me, the pattern of his message yesterday was not just good. Is he a good messenger? Is he a good individual that can do this? I'm reaching to the level to believe now that Mr. Alexander Cummings could be a very good representation of the Liberian people to begin the process of transforming Liberia. If
I agree.
everybody coalesce behind him and
Yep.
show that we support. Listen, we don't have to do this on the basis of popularity. It's not solving the country problem. The perennial problem the country is currently faced with, Mr. Gimme, and we all said we see these things. We need someone now. Mr. Cummings will have to now discuss between there's a hard line he's going to be faced with. How to structure this as a corporate manager coming to a political terrain. There are other people politically that have been in the system that are politically connected, believe that he's coming to disrupt all activities. One of the reasons probably he's not getting to penetrate the line. Now, is there a messenger that will send the message to them, say, no, I'm not coming to disrupt the line? People believe that the communists came to the country, he was changed everything overnight. No, he has to change that mindset. Communists not going to do that. Communists going to have a conversation to move. Listen, to do that, all the opposition will have to come together. That's my mindset. I'm beginning to see this from a different perspective, from a different lens, if you will. Mr. Nambe, you've been into it, we are into it. But I'm of the conviction now that the country should not be given to somebody on the basis of the person can do or nothing. The country will need some strong and powerful interventions. And
No, Sylvester, let me tell you. Let me tell you this. There's a reason why.
Now,
There's a reason why.
One minute, Victor. I am looking at a person who has done politics and succeeded. Somebody who has the business acumen and succeeded. And one person in the race that combine those two is only Musa Belete. Cummings have not managed politically to say he has succeeded in politics. It has not happened. He may have had some corporate experience, but you don't need corporate experience alone. You need both. So Moniba has been in politics, but he has not managed in the private sector.
So
Musa Belete has done both and has succeeded. So if you were talking about
Mr. Gimme can barely cross the
if we are talking about gravitas, nobody touches Musa Belete in this realm. None.
Can I ask you some more questions quick, please?
I beg you.
Tomlin, George, go ahead.
They have. Okay,
listen to me now. But look, how to call it, Mr. Gamer, I think you'll be unfair to Cummings though, because they may have participation. He came in the preachers. He took by 2017, 2023. I come in now. He entered, and he took by 2017 and 23. Okay, and the question you might ask is that when you go on any social gathering or political place now, who name comes aboard? They all talk about him. People ask what Cummings doing. Cummings running. That's the question they ask him. Number two. I will tell you this. One thing, when we met, the professor said yesterday, we met Mr. Cummings in Liberia for the 2 hours. He said something. He admitted that he had a fault. He said, look, one thing I've come to understand is that the people said it just now, though. He said, I cannot change the system. I cannot break the system. So I got to make people feel comfortable that, look, I'm not going to come disrupt you guys and do. No, it will take, it's a process. He realized that he shouldn't be seeing in the lens that this man coming to disrupt you. You come and stop everything happening. No, he realized that he just cannot come with that mindset. So he listened to people and he said, he better people that come to him from the ruling establishment, him from the opposition, kind of say, in front of you, we know you're the best person, but we want you because you come and make you have for oil. That the message he's been getting, and he said he understanding that getting the Liberia political psyche now. Okay, to get to where we want to get, you can't just come and say, I will just vote those. No, you are staff to make people feel comfortable so they can gravitate towards you. So if you're saying that, Musa, I respect Musa. Musa is doing well, but we also you, be real. When you go to conversation, people sitting at the Tai shop or to the social gathering, talking politics, he coming name dominates. After you talk about UP and CDC, he name dominates. I'll be honest with you. So you can't say because you're not being tested politically. No. And if you look at that 2023 election, that number you're talking about comments, you know. Not a number he got. We know that. But again, it's the past.
And to buttress it quickly, Mr. Gayman, let me say this to you. I understand. You got to come in.
After Pee Wee, we go to Cedar, and then we go to Johnny. Then
Yes.
let me work on Chroma. Chroma, work on real quick.
Yeah. I will be real quick on this one. And let me just say, and you said this, Mr. Gamer, I understand you're so passionate about the CMC as a vice chair for the USA. You want to say those things, and sometimes when you praise yourself, you be very happy.
Let's talk about the merit. Who have the business?
but
who have done business successfully and done politics?
Sometimes, Mr. Lavi, sometimes when you want to keep, when you praise yourself, you can be very happy.
ANC have never won any political position anywhere. He has not managed anything politically.
Oh no!
Let me
the meeting when he had the CPP doing the meeting, all the CPP he led us.
Let me.
He was not on a ticket for.
Let me end here real quick and say this to you. I respect Mr. Bedete. I engage in, and he's a big brother figure that I really deeply respect. Mr. Bedete is moving across the country, crisscrossing all those things. But he will go too far, and then listen, we don't want people to just use the new opposition and you go politically and then you disrupt the line of the opposition. And I will say this candidly. For the opposition to have any chance to defeat these two political institutions, you need someone that have resonated and well respected. Mr. Bedete is respected, but Mr. Bedete cannot enter the. Listen, if we did that, we'll come back 2029, we'll cry the same cry. To end here quickly, the way to do this thing is to rally behind somebody. And that person would be Mr. Alexander Cummings, that the rest of the political parties in the country can coalesce behind, lead the two institutions. And I'm inclined to believe eventually we're going to get there. Mr. Bedete will be of the minds to push. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Mr. Bedete pushing for Cummings. I wouldn't be surprised. And hopefully we're going to get there. And you're going to see it. I'm saying this to the market.
Okay.
Politics got a way of changing things in a more dramatic way, and we're going to see that. But we hope now, beginning the conversation moving forward, I understand you will feel very comfortable if you praise or say you're going to do. You can feel very good. I know you will take some time.
You see?
Listen. Let me just come in here.
1 minute, Mr. Sita. My logic here. A person that have managed and successfully managed in the private sector and had done well in politics, that person to be combined to be a leader. Mr. Cummings have not done anything in the public, in the private sector. He was manager there, but politically, everywhere he has gone, he's been defeated. And
when you say he's done nothing in the private sector, how did he?
Public. Now listen to this. According to Mr. Cummings himself, he said
before Mr. Ria won, the police got declared two times.
Listen. He said past performance is a clear indication of success in the future, right? This man's performance, the past two elections, is a clear indication that the Liberian people will not support him. That's my logic. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I understand the passion of the CMC folks. They believe that Mr. Bedete can make inroads in the Liberian political process. But I just want to remind you, gaining momentum does not translate to votes. If that would have happened,
how do you figure that?
If that, I'm giving. Let me just give you. If that would have happened, 2020 and 2005, Vani Shemo should have been president of Liberia.
And I agree with you on that.
Vani Shemo
should
have been president of Liberia.
My man, look, there are things we know about the Vani Shemo campaign that you don't know about. Don't let me tell you stuff about Vani campaign.
He had a lot of momentum.
Now we get a mention.
He had a lot of momentum. The Liberian people, let me be honest with you, and I will be blunt. The Liberian people are not fools. They are very savvy. They are very smart. Before any election cycle comes, the Liberian people have already made a determination who they want. So, while it is true that Mr. Bedete is making inroads, you should not be so hyped that he's going to make some political gains come 2029. You guys will be disappointed. When Corbin came from the beginning, it was the same euphoria. People had around him. What happened? He failed in 2 elections. But now his name has resonated with the Liberian people. So now he's being talked about. Mr. Weah took part in several elections. He did not succeed. His name resonated in 2017. He won election. So you have to look at the historical trend. Ellen Sirleaf, who became president after Charles Taylor, she was second to Charles Taylor.
She had a base.
She had a base. She developed a base,
where is Cummings base
over the years. Where is Billete base?
Huh?
Where is Billete base?
Everywhere he's gone.
Everywhere he's gone, people want to hear money.
And he won election.
Let me make it clear. People want to hear
He
money.
won election. He's in the house.
Look, my man, Gamer, you know what I want us to pray for? Let's pray for long life. With this conversation, we'll have the same conversation again. And let me tell you something. When Cummings started his momentum,
but tell him Cummings based the young people.
I'm coming. When Cummings started his momentum,
when
Cummings started his momentum in 2011,
kids.
I told a couple of people in the United States that Cummings was not going anywhere because Georgia already had a momentum. Georgia already had a base. People discounted that. What happened? It's the same thing that is happening with Billete. He's coming with all of this. It's like, you know, when you put gasoline on fire, it can whoo, then later on it kind of wow. That's what is happening.
So that's what happened to Cummings?
That's what happened to Cummings. And that's the same thing that is going to happen to Billete. It's going to take a little while before Billete need really start to resonate with the Liberian people. You have to understand that. Look.
Let me work on Chroma. Chroma, go ahead. You're here for the ANC. Go ahead.
Hello, greetings everybody. Good to be on the closing argument. Yeah, I've been following the conversation in the back, you know, and I just want to share my own thought on this topic. Look, I understand sometimes Mr. Gamer, you know, the way he come in, especially pushing towards Mr. Cummings, you know, at some point, you know, they want us to do the same to Chairman Billete, which we'll not do. As Sylvester said, all of us in the ANC will respect what he's doing, but don't confuse District 7, Nima County, with a presidential constituent vote. So when you're talking about Billete has a base, you're not going to say Nima County is for Billete. You know, and that would be very, very unfair if that is how you're going to do your analysis. And talking about Cummings has no, you know, he failed in every election. He always a contested for in all of that. If Cummings would do it the Liberian way the Liberian people, you know, and when I say the Liberian way, here is a thing though. If you look at our country, we are quick to kill aspiration, you know, ambitions. When Mr. Gamer wake up today and say, I want to fight for XYZ position, because you don't have that kind of populous name, people think that you're joking. They want to dash your aspirations, forgetting to know that what you have to bring to the table. You know, and this is what Mr. Cummings, you know, he always stand against. Mr. Cummings said, look, everywhere I've walked in my life, I didn't get to where I get by getting it the easy way. And in Liberia, when you go there, when you say you want to be president, say no, go for the Senate. And if you're not strong enough, if you don't know what you want, you will fall into that trap. You will go back. There came a time when we were together in the CPP. The Liberty Party folks, they raised our concerns. They said Billete should be VP to Cummings. And during that course of the week, you know, people started debunking that, saying, no, Billete can never be VP, all that kind of stuff. Before we know Billete, he himself, and I think somebody asked him right on his show a few months ago, he admitted to that. So he had to succumb and go for the representative seat. And this is what Mr. Cummings will not do. Because at the end of the day, today, Belete won our seat. What is happening today? He's crying all over for audit. Have they been able to audit the House? No. So in order to make a difference in Liberia, it's not about somebody being desperate. You have to be at the top, especially in a country where everything's poor. And this is where Mr. Cummings' fight is. And because he's always, competing at every level of his career. And this is why he's not settling for less in Liberia. And with the red minds, the people who mean well for the country, let's question Cummings' platform, his vision for the country. Cummings said, look, with all the problems we are confronted with in Liberia, are you getting me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. So he said, look, with all the issues that we are confronted with in Liberia, that one thing are able to do. And if you look at the country today, what really President Baka or the Unity Party government can do to make a difference is to improve the economy and pull our people to job. All in all, causing to the, and this is what Cummings said, look, everybody get an era. Some people era to play football, some people era to sing. But my era is to grow the economy and provide job for the Liberian people.
So
if you look at,
give me your top 5.
No, we're not interviewing top 5. So just tell me.
You see the question? You keep over here.
Yeah, Mr. Gamer, you have to get a man chance to learn.
No, but the man said he's not doing it.
You will not distract me now, Mr. Gamer. Let me contribute.
The topic here is, but listen, I know you will learn. The topic here is the top 5. Give me reason why. Give me reason why.
Okay, the topic on a discussion, Mr. Gamer, is not about top 5.
But you can tell me this is what we've been doing here. This is it right here. You can tell me otherwise right here.
You've been talking today. You've not questioned Mr. Cummings' vision, his platform for the country. Your criticism always been on Cummings, not being able to win past election. That is not Cummings' fault. That is the decision of the Liberian people. Okay, if Belete is to run, I pray to God that Belete run for president 2029 and see him win. George Weah, who was the superstar, had the most population or the popularity in Liberia. He contested for the presidency twice. He could not win. And he didn't call George. The third one he won, 2017. Cummings attempted twice. 2029 will be a third chance. Going for the presidency. So
even Bouaka said that President
can you reflect on the 2 reasons why we are
contested people should lose?
You can't question Cummings because
why are you talking? Can you reflect on
past election and you said it. But at the end of the day, Mr. Gimme or Mr. Nambi, I don't want to again.
Belete has not been tested.
And go to Weah not winning all of that. But the point I'm trying to make is that if anybody on the show will want to make a comment or opposing view about Cummings, question his agenda. Tell us, say, Cummings, you lie, you cannot.
Why you want to tell someone to think? Why you wanted to think? You want to tell them to think?
Because at the end of the day, everybody's suggestion, I've been following the show that Mr. Gamer. Everybody's suggestion on this show is for us to stick to the topic, to discuss the issue, and for different candidates to be able to share that vision, not to question somebody winning ability. You CMC contested in Nimba. You contested in the recent Nimba election. I'm not pressing you, God.
Thank you. Johnny, your turn. Thank you.
Yes. So Mr. Gilman, the topic is taking different trend. Mm-hmm. The initial discussion was, as of now, at current, what do we do? And Rumopi with him, he said, we are first, Musa second, Cummings 10, the rest of it. In less than 10 seconds, less than...
No, he said Cummings second.
Okay, yeah, Cummings second and those are 8. He comes by in a few minutes and says, in fact, if we are to remove the CDC and the UP, then we should be looking at one person. So then you switch the conversation, because when we're speaking, when the question he asked at that time was that among these 5 candidates, as current as we are, that's why I kept making the emphasis. I said, if it is as current as it is, we will be the potential candidate. But if we moving forward in the next 2 years, things will change around. Because everybody now,
that's correct.
Let me get you 1 minute. So right now, the point is, everybody who took part, who contested in the going election, have realized the mistakes that were made in the process. Similar for us. Monima came in like just probably 12 months of the election. And after everything got to the analysis here, the timing we came in wasn't enough for what we had to do. So now we commence our work as early as 2024 on not a slow pace. Not in the public, but making sure that people understand. First thing is that we want to make sure that people understand what governance is about and what election is about. If we don't educate the population about elections and governance, we will go back to the same thing we've been doing for the last 20 years. And if we intend to improve Liberia, all of us political parties that are not in power now must begin to educate our people about what governance is, what it means to go for election, what it means to go to elect people to office. And if that continues, you will see that in the next 2 years, before 2029, will be a change in the mindset of people. And right now, I'll tell you guys, there are people here that are considering not to vote WIA or CDC and UP because they are not going to answer that 20 years we've gone, these two groups have been in our political space. And where are we? Where are we? Like I've always said that here on this show here, that Liberia and Rwanda have similar characteristics in terms of post-conflict country. They're going 31 years. But their situation is they're being led by one party or one leader who has always won the election, right? Our situation is we've been having serious election. We make sure to have that advantage that we have been a democratically, politically cultural country for the last 20 years. But where are we? With our education, with our health, with our infrastructure. So when we come back to selection of people on this platform, if we are to talk about the scenario now, I wouldn't allow the UP and CDC in any race, right? To that note, I will agree with people that if we are serious to change the course of politics over the last 20 years, is to ensure that we form an alliance that will remove the CDC and the UP. CDC and UP, like institutions. The people who are in those CDC and UP, they also have their own mindset. They are not the injector to say, I will bother you, whether I'm there or not, you always CDC. Of course, there are few people that are committed citizens, but in this country, Liberians can change anytime. Let's sit on say, based on the scenario, based on what they learn, based on what they hear and what they see. So technically, the country is staying here, and I don't want us to keep discussing the issue of CDC and UP because they are our problem now for the last 20 years. If we want to change the conversation, right? The two of them are our problems. They have been our leaders for the last 20 years. Where are we? Are we okay? If all of us on the platform are okay with what we got now in this country that we're getting from CDC and UP, then we can make them to be our priority. Other than that, our efforts will be to remove them from power, let them go and rest for the next maybe 10 or 15 years while we have other leaders that will come, new and fresh ideas. So Mr. Belete, Dr. Monimba, or Mr. Cummings, Mr. Gonglo, they can begin to rally around themselves and find a common ground. They can form. And I think those 4 individuals are people who are level-headed, and they are level-headed people, and they also have commitment to Liberia's future. I don't think they can break the system. If they all come together into a place and sit and discuss what they should do, they can form a movement. They can form a movement around Monima, they can form it around Cummings, they can form it around Gonglo, they can form it around Belete, in as much as they are committed and sincere to Liberia's future. That's my thought on this matter. But the UP and CDC should not be our discussion, technically. But again, they are the one that have been leading this country for 20 years, so they are the one that are in every corner in this country. To undo them, we need extensive, progressive, and brutal engagement with Liberian people on a daily basis. If we do that, then we can succeed to remove the two of them from in our space. Other than that, it will remain quiet and just discuss as we are discussing. The likelihood is we'll come out of having two of them in the second round in 2029.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, we have run out of time. Tomorrow, we're going to look at this from a different context. What happens that President Weah has one more term to go? And he comes in the room and says, guys, listen, rally around me. My second term was stolen. Let me do my last term and then pass it on to somebody else? Should we rally around him, get him out of the way, or have him around to be the thorn in our flesh from now on, make him mad, and he becomes the thorn in our flesh forever? So those are the things we're going to be looking at. Those are the different scenarios we're going to be looking at. Do you want to coalesce around him and get him out of the way and make it free for everybody else? Or make him mad that he will make running, like Jesse Jackson, making a career where he runs every turn and get paid heavily and go right back to go and sit down and make it bad for everybody else. So those are some of the things we're going to be looking at. We got 12 minutes here remaining, unless you want to stay and talk more politics. But with that being said, Johnny, I know you got to go to bed. It's late. Your parting comment.
Yeah, my parting comment, I want to respond to Jen. The recent election, second round, I voted President Weah. And for one reason, that what the issue what you just raised, Sir Gilman, was to him off the stage.
Oh, Johnny. NSA, you can't do that to Johnny, man. You can't do that to Johnny. Okay, while Johnny is frozen, let me go to Siliki. Siliki, you are one of those that outside the country is late in your time. Siliki, your party comment, closing. Okay, Siliki is frozen. So let me go to Dr. Peabody. Let me go to Honorable Sita. You in DC there, it's kind of cold there. Go ahead with your closing.
You ain't did away.
Oh, you did it? Go ahead.
Well, gentlemen, I think we had a wonderful discussion. And I think the point that Johnny made is a legitimate point. For the last 20 years, we had two political parties that have ruled Liberia, and the vast majority of the Liberian people.
Mr. Gamer, I get a call out. Can I put a person on call, please?
Yeah, Johnny, please. Mr. Sita, please hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, General. You laugh.
Theo.
Yeah, hello, guys. This is Munel Kishen, the General, and I've listened to Mr. Gilman. I just want to make a statement on that every office that Mr. Cummings ran for, he lost. My question here: who in the opposition, apart from CDC and UP, have won every representative seat? Fine, but one of them, we know that CDC and UP is the biggest party, and we're not shy away from it. But Mr. Cummings is the only person with a platform, the only person with the blueprint, the only man with an agenda, and very serious to move like go forward. Everybody knows that. Even Mr. Gilman himself knows that. Everybody in the country is aware of it. Not because we're in a small party, but this time around, we share the message. We'll let our young people know, and they will understand. So come 2029, people said it before, and I believe what they said is Mr. Cummings' time. 2029 is Mr. Cummings' time. But if you say Mr. Cummings, everything he ran for, he lost. I want to know who in the opposition, apart from CDC, won. Because the late Bromskin tried, he never went anywhere. Because the party is not strong compared to UP and CDC. We know that. That's why the two parties continue to make the election about them. So I want to tell them, say, listen, we will not accept it. With the campaign have started now. We will all have a record like George Weah has record that he for 6 years, and we'll bring it up. And he will tell us why he want to run and what are some of the good and bad things that he did. So Mr. Cummings is the perfect person. That is why if we are talking about fighting corruption and for nothing, Mr. Barker talking about fighting corruption is not the only Ellis Cummings when he says I'm fighting corruption, he's serious about it. So it's not a joking thing. We don't joke when it comes to this thing. So saying that Mr. Cummings
wait now. Is it a question or just to come and propagate Cummings' ideology?
It's not a failure. And also, they don't vote for you based on your qualification or your
This is a propagation of Cummings' ideology.
And we understand that. But this time around, we play it the way Liberians want to play it, and we'll make sure we propagate the message. We'll make sure we let Liberian people know that Cummings is the best choice for Liberia.
Thank you, General. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sindo.
Mr. Sindo, you are in flight.
For the last 20 years, we had two major political parties that have ruled Liberia. And the vast majority of the Liberian people are living in abject poverty. The succeeding governments have come, they have made a lot of promises. They have failed to improve the quality of life of the Liberian people. They have not provided private sector employment. Most of our people are unemployed. Government budget is all about paying them huge salary, and it's just the whole 9 yards. So Moving forward, I think the country needs a new political dispensation, but how that is going to play out, we need to talk about that. We have a lot of potential candidates that they have good ideas, but then the question is, are they committed to improving the lives of the Liberian people? Mind you, we can talk about all of these guys, even the ruling UPP and the CDC. Are they committed to improving the lives of the Liberian people? That's the question we should be asking. Anybody that wants to be president, that's a question. Are you committed? Yes, I'm committed. How? How are you going to improve the life of the Liberian people? Then we'll look at your track record. So all of the things that we are talking, every one of us on this platform, we want Liberia to be better. We want Liberia to be better, but how is it going to be better? Who has the charisma to turn our country around 360 degrees? And quite frankly, I don't see nobody yet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kroma, I know it's late over there, your party. You were in flight and you brought your general on.
To propagate about Ellis comments.
Yeah. You are muted.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We're doing closing now?
Yes.
Why you want to stay here late? Let me stay. No, we're going to go. It gotta stay in Rwanda. Late.
It's very late in Rwanda.
It was a great show, actually. Again, what we want to say, especially to the CMC, the CMC people, we have to focus on our respective work or engagement we are doing. If we want to kind of hold each other accountable, let's do it by questioning each other platform of vision for the country. That is a fair argument. But if you say everything, how many election commissions have run for? Twice. Believe I've never run for the presidency. And I do it, I will see what you win. So you can't question Kumi's ability to lead Liberia because he lost election twice. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, she lead for 12 years. She also lost election because she could win. Even former president, we are. Even today, President Bouaka, he lost election before. So, that is a normal case. But at the end of the day, if you look at the people who are running that record, this is the only presidential candidate. What he's saying is good at, he has a record of doing it. He has proven that before. Mr. Cummings entered Coca-Cola as deputy regional manager for Coca-Cola Nigeria. At the time, the workforce there, they were all black people, or white people, sorry. But after a few years, because of his leadership, identifying talent,
provided evidence.
At the time, the records are there, go check it up. And I will give you a script that you can
provide evidence.
So don't listen to the man. You're not telling your own why you don't want to
let me provide evidence.
No, my man.
After a few years in that position, Mr. Jackson, after a few years in that position, the workforce at Coca-Cola Nigeria, 90% Africans were creating jobs for thousands of Africans. And then he was elevated to become a president of Coca-Cola Africa. From there, to chief administrative officer.
What did he do for Liberia?
Around the world. And when he resigned, let me tell you the interesting part about this. When he resigned 2015, 2016, to come and help his country, Coca-Cola, they asked him, what can we do for you to honor you? Just few Liberians can work at an institution and then they resign and they ask them what they can do to honor. So that is to tell you his service and contribution.
What did he do for
Liberia? This is why today the school at Duporo, the Coca-Cola built that school in honor of Mr. Cummings' service, for 19 years.
And how much? What the school cost?
And that school, hold on, Mr. Gideon.
Can my child go to that school?
When they came, they entered a partnership with the government of Liberia to build that school.
What is the name of the school?
The Cummings Africa Foundation is right there in Duporo.
Can my child go to that school?
Of course.
For a reasonable price?
But I'm telling you now, they entered a partnership with the government of Liberia. So just
You was at Coca-Cola. How many employment you provided for
No, but not only
Liberia?
that, but I have a friend who child went to that
You
school.
expect to employ LeBron, you
But
work that way, Mr. Sito.
But you
But Sito, you expect
you
expect him to just go and get people to
start giving a good job, going to Coca-Cola.
The man are regional leader for Africa.
It doesn't work that way, Mr. Sito. It doesn't work that way.
They hire Liberian. They are Liberian that work with Coca-Cola.
Mr. Jackson, I'm on floor. You just gave me a chance. Let me expand. And then when I end, somebody else coming. Okay. So the enter a partnership with the government of Liberia at the time the Salif or the Fresh Unity Party government was in power. That partnership, Coca-Cola was to build a school, and then the government subsidized the school so that the school fees can be, affordable for Liberians. The government stepped back after the first year. And since then till today, the family been carrying out bread in the Cummins family. They've been sponsoring it, but it is not sustainable. And this is where at some point around 2023, the end of 2023, the family decided to work with the administration to add a cost there, to be able to run a school. But it is a government responsibility based on the agreement they entered to support the school. But again, we're not holding the government accountable. We're holding Cummins. How many Liberians work abroad? And people ask them, how can we honor you? They say go best school in the country. How many Liberians have done that? A lot about Mr. Cummins. And again, Mr. Game, let's hold our different leaders that we are opposing based on the issue. But somebody lost the election, it can be you. You can go Grand Bowser tomorrow, say you won't be senator, they can vote against you. You can go, you say you won't be president, they can vote against you. It means that you're not competent to lead. It is the will of the people, and you have to respect it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. It was a great show.
Dr. Peabody. Oh, no.
Yes.
Let me go to Pee-wee. Pee-wee, you have not closed.
Oh, yeah. Basically, I would just say the country needs everybody, we have to push to have some responsible conversation and do the needful. And by doing the needful is to coalesce in a way that we can rescue the country finally and move the country forward. But to Mr. Sito's point, it doesn't mean if you are the head of UNDP, you just bring everybody you plug in as Liberian, you just bring Liberian all over the place. It was not, it doesn't work that way in the corporate area. I want to believe you know that for a fact, but probably you just want to slip the conversation into different debate. That's an intentional provocation, if you will. But I think
you had a good conversation with Alice coming for true.
If no, I didn't listen. There's nothing pushing this. I just expressing my personal surprise.
Why you want to be a part of it?
And I can say this for the record, and I will say this openly.
Yeah, our conversation was great.
There's nothing inducing, nothing whatsoever, and I can say this on everything that I stand on this one. The conversation with Mr. Cummins.
Nobody's saying that you were induced.
No, you said the
conversation that you had a nice
what
conversation.
I'm saying is that what I'm trying to say. I don't know if we didn't even. Did we drink water? No, we didn't even drink water. Nothing whatsoever.
You're drunk whiskey?
No, nothing. We have frank conversation. And I'm saying this to say that it just, and that's the kind of a way I love to interact with people. I love for someone to, as an intellectual myself, I love to sit across the table and access someone and assess and vouch for that person. That's the kind of a person I am. I love to do that interaction, one-on-one interaction, and have the tete-a-tete and do my personal assessment with someone that I believe that can have to change. With LeBron, we have perception problem. We are peculiar. The level of our peculiarity to the extent so I can change a lot of things and change people's perception about you in that. I mean, it's a different ball game, if you will. But again, and that's one of the reasons. These are things that contributed to Mr. Cummins himself, and I said this to him. I said part of the reason why you have not been able to crack through the breaks, I mean the line of the electoral system, is that different perception problem about you. One of these is being paraded by a Leonard LeBron journalist. having a mindset that because coming well with Coca-Cola, he should employ all the Liberian
All the
people.
Liberian, everybody, what you doing for
And that's
Liberia?
a dangerous precedent. And these are things that people go and people have said somewhere and said that for Maryland County, probably, oh yeah, I also said it too. And they will have a mindset against the man on that. And that's wrong. That is wrong. I beg to differ, Mr. Sita. You know, I got a lot of respect for you. But
Well, you have your opinion, and I have my opinion.
but yeah, I'm letting it. Another perception people have of the man to believe that, oh, he will like get money, he not spending the money. That's a negative. No, it doesn't work this way. Another thing people perceive and say, oh, what the man said again, he said he didn't clarify on the thing about gay. That actually work against him. Another thing they see as an elite, that he don't interact with the children of the proletarians. And we are the children of the proletarian. If you are supposed to be the children of the proletarian, versus those that are considered the elite or the elitists cannot come together, it's a problem. How can you go? I sat down in Belefene for some time. I sat down for 2 hours discussing with young people drinking palm wine. 3 other guys said to me that coming that queen man, he get kind around, he say when he see all you around. And that was a wrong perception. But the young people had a mindset in that part of Bon Country. And I said this to him. He agreed that he will have to change a lot of things.
Yeah, come.
So if he was set and start changing these things, you can change the narrative about it. One of the major negative perceptions they have against that man in our country is about the gay thing. I mean, it's number one. It's a perception problem we have. And we have, brother, as Liberian. And another thing is about the whole thing. No, it doesn't work that way. Another thing is this thing that you come around. There are another politician in our country got the fear that Mr. Comey or the president, he will disrupt the entire political system. All the things that are happening, they have a little fear. Mr. Comey, what are you doing to engage with people? He's having conversation on most of them now to make them comfortable. This is not going to be a sackness change. This is not going to be arbitrarily done. Government bureaucracy is a structural process. It has to engage and evolve. So listen, I did these things, Mr. Sita, I did these things on the basic, we all are gentlemen. These are two great gentlemen who all sat across the table with this man. Reasonable gentlemen. We sat on the other side of the table, the left side was the Reverend Dr. Henry Peabody. The man that I very believe in.
Also the whole management met with him.
Oh yeah, we met with Mr. Cummings. We did.
We met with him.
Okay.
We met with everybody. Everybody.
Well, listen, the conversation with Mr. Cummings was not. We met with Mr. Benete. Oh, so you don't want to say the whole management met with Benete? No, you say no. You're not saying we met with Mr. Benete. We met with Mr. Benete. And the reason, but again, that we've said this, we didn't meet with the president of the republic. No, we said this, but we met. And part of the reason was, I think at the time we were in the country, Mr. We are, I think, out of the country, so we didn't meet with him also. But these are reasonable conversations we will have, and about this time we're going to start engaging. And when I went on my tour, I had conversation with the young people. I stopped in asking Belefene again. I started discussing with them. And I'm going to be doing these things very often. Very often, Mr. Gaiman, you're going to see it. And it's not going to be sponsored by Mr. Cummings. No, the initiative is going to be sponsored by the neo-progressive movement in trying to rally, in amalgamating the necessary forces, if necessary, so that we begin the process of not only sitting and say, hey, we're going to relax and fold our arms and clap with our feet. No. The time is now that we all get involved into the politics of the country. We're not going to wait for people to take the lead and say no, because the message process has been very negative against a particular group of people believing that, oh, the person is not there. No, we will help change the narrative. If it's God will, that man will be something of this, and we need someone that will have to come and help the country move forward. If that's not the case, trust me, the brother is done. Because if we just push the brother between the two parties, we headed for a problem. Today, we have people in the bubble, the current bubble of the current presidency. You know the intent? The intent is not this. This president is 81 years old. You think the president ought to read the red document? No. It's selfish people around the president that are trying to push their own selfish agenda. So I mean, hey, Mr. Gaiman, we're going to have a wonderful good night again. We pray God we always come and see this day, and we also pray for 2029. And that's my thought about this issue. People like Sito will encourage him to. He be out of the country for a protracted period of time, so I encourage him to begin the process of visiting the country and having, so he will be online with the happenings of the country. And that's why we out of the country for a long time. You see, Mr. Gaiman is back to the country in 2 days. I don't know if he will be allowed to go. I don't know if he'll be allowed to go.
I was there in February, so
I said he's going back again 2 days. I don't know if Mr. Gaiman will be allowed to go to Indiana or Tinker Village Road there because our people didn't want to protect him. I
will do all I can to stay with Musa Belede side by side.
I don't know. Even like to see Musa Belede.
I can be by there. You're closing, man. Don't mind this, man.
Yeah.
You are muted.
You want to go ahead, Chief.
Oh, the NSA got you too?
I'm doing multiple things here. I was in another program, and then I was writing on something here. But look, let me say this. Chibomusa Belede, we must say kudos to him. He's moving as fast as he can. He's he has been holding people to tax in the House of Representatives. He's been a light. I would say he's the next DeLong in the House of Representatives because there have been a bright light that has been shining, and he's been doing it. And he's doing an excellent work in Nimba. He's doing a lot of good job for his people in Nimba. One thing that people don't know, Mr. Belede and Mr. Cumming talk almost every week. They are good friends. They still talk every week. They talk almost every week. They're good friends. And, I like what Tumlin always said when we're in Spoon. Prior to this Bwaka elections, we always said, Tumlin always said, in the next 60 days or the next 350 days, things is going to change. We'll see a lot of things changing. A few months ago, I said on the platform, in the next few months, you will see people changing parties, joining the ruling party, and we saw that happen. So a lot is going to happen. But let me say this. Unfortunately, we live in a culture where people don't know what is good for them. We live in a culture that people don't know what is good for them. I see Ghanaians who travel out of this country, have big jobs. They went back home. They are hailed as king. They are received, and they are given opportunity to help transform the country. Our people who are living in Liberia, they use it as a means of hitting to their brothers and sisters who come from abroad, calling them names. Oh, they have done nothing. They've been living here all these years. They had this big job. They did nothing. I don't hear Ghanaians or Nigerians doing that, even Sierra Leoneans. They open up. They say, you know what? Our brother have come back home. He been in the foreign land. He learned. He brought his experience back, and he put it into use. So they will see Ghana every day. Now Ghana have become Liberian part of America where they go for vacation every time. We got a man who is exemplary, well-trained, educated, friends with some of the biggest people. We ask Mr. Cumming who are some of his friends. And when he tell you who are some of his friends, you're not going to believe it. People that he even helped, that some of them became millionaires and they are president for other countries. The example is the president of South Africa, Ramaphosa. He saw his shares in Coca-Cola. And through that, Ramaphosa became a millionaire, later on went to become president of South Africa. But you don't see him going around bragging it. Like if the American government promised $200 million that will get in 6 years, then everybody go on the radio, like bro, changing the bro movie. You don't see Mr. Cumming bragging. I believe in this man. I believe in his vision for Liberia. I think Liberia need to try him. Everybody must come together. The CDC, the CNC, and say, Mr. Cumming, you saw when Mr. Cumming was moving with heavy wave in the last group, and people started to fight him. They brought all this stigma, all these lies on him. But yeah, again, some of the very poor that were giving $100,000 to go to hospital, they came there and testifying against him. But he remained calm. Did he do any harm or anything? No. That's the kind of person he is. So I believe the tearaway is very important for our country. And I think of all the opposition, we need to give him the coming this time a chance. And Liberian people are getting to know that. Liberian people are not stupid. You saw how they came out with Baga Mura and Baga became president. That when they hit one side, the moment Liberian people get in there, nothing will change their mind. And I believe that's going to happen. But great conversation. Mr. Gilman, we saw all the politicians, we saw Chairmanability. Actually, I had just left when he met with other people, but we saw all the politicians getting in Liberia, we met all of them. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Chief Tomlin, take us home.
Hey, Gilman, when are you leaving? Next week?
No, I'm leaving Thursday.
Oh, the State Department have cleared you now?
I was cleared last Wednesday.
Oh, okay. So, and the embassy will allow you to be able to work from the compound, right?
No. Oh Lord, no.
You get sit down on the radio on live channel.
Okay. But I wish you the best. I'm happy that you.
I will do all I can to see if I can go to the studio.
I think maybe you let them give you a squad because.
How far is the studio from the embassy?
It's a distance because you're going across town.
It's not that far, man. You're going right to Painesville, man.
They're going to the road. And the embassy way in Mama Point, man.
Yeah, but about 15, 20 minutes. The time he will go there.
Man, I don't think I'm going to there. That's too close.
I give the man hard time like that. 20 minutes. He's not supposed to say what he's saying. That man.
No, but on a serious note, right? Look, guys, great discussion. And like I started earlier.
You want to change the reform agenda now?
Yeah, I'm begging you, stop it. You are begging me, stop it.
Listen, man, just be pursuing to the articles.
I'm begging you. But on a serious note, right? I'm begging you, man. Then you gotta stop it. But you know, look, Mr. Game and others.
They don't even know. You are pastor. Yeah, in my office, yeah. Give me.
This guy was giving you. Let me stop. No, but you know, I started this evening with issue about Rwanda. Look, I mean, today when a brother brought that thing up, I've been trouble with it all day. He's not somebody. Can you look, for example, Rwanda went through a war, but today Rwanda, what if the last since '94 the war ended 31 years ago? See what they have done to the country. Liberia war ended. We have had 4 elections in 20 years too.
Yeah, our war ended 2003.
We stay to the same place, and it should worry us, all of us here. I think besides, because he in our generation, he's young, he's coming about, it should worry us that we still to the same place. Okay? And look at our national budget that came up, that they're already passing already. I mean, you giving agriculture 13 million, or NSA and Ministry of State more than 60 million for what? When the question you say, oh, the agriculture get a lot of donor support, but you get health ministry 100 some million, education 100 some million, they also get international support too. But that's the reality. Then you about to add 14 more lawmakers to get them 45,000 for cars. Then they pay. Look, we got to get serious in the country. And we should think about what I just brought up, though. 20 years later, Liberia is still the same. And, you know, on my way to the airport on Tuesday, I met with former Finance Minister Twe. He said, you were talking about Georgie. We stay in Todmont, Liberia. And it's true, though. All the buildings, you see, all the infrastructure at Todmont. So when the roads then Todmont. What can we should say, oh, who brought it on? Very few coming up now, but Todmont, Liberia is still where we are in. Because most of the things that Todmont did, the landscape he said, we still living on. We're still trying to build on. And it's a problem for us that we stay in Todmont, Liberia. We cannot say, oh, Doe has started, but then the walking got Doe when you were traveling coming back. He came with some ideas. Said, I want to develop the country, do the roads. He brought the Bangama, the Kama Highway, the Kanta Harper Highway. Start doing all this stuff. The 12th Street place there. But then he started building the rural ministry thing. You're trying to get out of that cycle, but it's a serious problem. We should start thinking about it seriously. 20 years later, Liberia, we have had 4 democratic elections, and the country,
it was a great show.
The country has now moved. We still see, okay? But then, last in concluding, look, all the guys have said great things tonight, but I'll tell you this though: if Liberia if right now they go also, okay, they want to take UP out of power, but if you go as a splinter opposition, UP will win. They will win. They're in power. They know what they're doing. They will control the narrative. They will control the purse. They do everything. They will appoint the new elections commission. They appoint the Supreme Court justices. Almost all will be appointed by the president, and they're in charge. Okay, they're in charge, and they know how to organize election and win it. So if the opposition cannot come together and say, "Look, let us find a person that can win," okay, but you put someone there who they will say, "Oh no, we're fiercely battle," and show that the person doesn't succeed, it will be a problem. So we should think seriously, and there's having discussion with people, like people that said. In fact, that very day we were meeting with Musa had a meeting with Cummings. So they should not feed out the poor. They're not fussing. And one thing what Cummings, I think Cummings is doing right now, he's listening. I think he come to realize that the mistakes that he made in the past, he admitting it. That he said, look, I have my own fault. He told us the fault. And I think he started to engage the people and different form. But I believe if the opposition in Liberia want to really succeed, they should come together and be united with one. But my only advice, if we are saying he's running, you should not waste your time, because that means the result will be the same thing, and we are going to the final. What will happen there will be another discussion. So if one we are is running, if they cannot convince we are, it's up to them. But if they cannot convince him, we are saying he's in a race, he's running, then no need, because you won't garner the votes that you need to win. It won't happen, because John Weah has his Weah Shen group. He has a CD Shen. Almost 30% of the voting population there. So right now you're targeting the student that never voted 2023. They will be 18 now, and the high school students, they are in the numbers. I saw a UN report. Our population, 65% of our population is below 35%, 35 years old. So you know that the people you should target right now, that group you should target. So it's all about strategy. And so we just got to be serious about our country. And I will say this, I spoke to the leader of the People's Power Movement this morning, Martin Colley, and people can say what they want to say. The young man the People's Power Movement is moving, they're moving fast. And I said, I welcome it on the stage, you guys. And I asked him, what's the goal? He said, big brother, we are here to disrupt the system. We supported it, but we realized that now also we want that, and we disrupt it. And I said, you guys have the opportunity to do it. When you garner that support from across the diaspora in the nation, and you can do it, disrupt the system, because the system is just corrupt to the core. You cannot change it right now. That's what we say. You need a real serious politician, transformative leader to change that system. Other than that, we'll just be the cycle. And that party can again, they say they'll pay their debt, doing the same old thing, and we'll just be that cycle. End of the day, our generation will just be doomed. And I pray that should not be the case. I pray that everybody will get on board. That today I blasted I won't say blast, but today I gave my young brother Benson, we had one of discussion today. I will query with him. I told him when he talked about Ghana and Liberia is different. Gotta come and make an impact in Liberia. You can't be Ghana. Ghana, they went through a lot to get to where they are today. So we gotta get serious, my people. Put aside our differences, put aside our personal egos, and just say, look, let's get involved. It's serious. And like people, you are navigating the country. It's true. I'm happy he held meetings with young people across the country. And as you travel along the countryside, you engage the people. They say, oh, you sit down there and talk to them. And they understand. They say, look, ask you a question. You answer the question. If you can't answer it, you refer to somebody else for help. But it's a good thing that you engage the people so that they can understand that what the people are saying to them is someone that lie to them, And I would just the lawmakers them, the ministers them, the people they control the purse. Okay, you look at the budget. They gave one person $150,000 just for engagement. Another one for $100,000 for engagement. and then money they control them that money. You know, if the speaker say he buy how much more motorbikes, let's say $900, you take that money and send the children to vocational school free. It's help them. People are already talking about the motorbike should not even apply the mean street, the main highway now. They have place for them to go. And you want to bring more motorbikes in to do more like that. I think you put the children in vocational school, let them be involved. And the people listen to our show last night, somebody said we're watching, we want to see our personal argument will say about these various scorecards next week. So let us do our research and be honest. And I know there was a program today, and they said on our radio station, 2 minutes of me were raging, but people are listening to us. They want to hear from us. You know, even the president, we got a great president. And today the government finally broke the silence on that FOIA thing. And you know, and that's what I was saying to my people. After all the top officials there gave Mason dodged the question, and the pressure. They say today they operated for the Liberian government. Thank God for the government Liberia with on record. So that property there, the billing, $6.1 billion, the government of Liberia will own it. We'll use it for our future conferences we'll have in the country. It'll be good. That project is not owned by nobody now but the Liberian government. The money coming from various sources, the government involved, other international donors are involved. We're happy in FOIA. That will be good. We'll open up part 2. Once that kind of billing is there, we have people to go there and migrate and do businesses there, and economic activity will speak up from there. So at least we have a beautiful building in FOIA now. It's owned by the Liberian government, called the MRU Center. That's good. We're happy that building is there. Not for President Boyka, nobody personal building, it's for the country. That standards have been broken. It all because everybody bear pressure on it and say we got to break their silence on that building. And finally, we heard it today. And about that digital money issue, Mr. Gilman, that's a good idea. I love it. I pray that we all get involved with it and use it to make our economic transactions much easier. So let us continue to hope for the best. But good show, and I'm happy that we're able to overcome this. To go through this day. But thank you, guys.
Excellent.
But again, before you leave, Mr. Gilman, we're still asking people to help us. The funds have been coming in very slow. We have raised about $750 right now.
By Monday, we'll make a contribution.
We need to raise $2,000 to send it to the guys so they can have the Christmas. Please, guys, we encourage you to please give. The Cash App is on the screen, TCA2500, and then the Zelle 678-438-3003. We encourage you to please.
People already check my service. Promise Friday. So you say you made a contribution Friday.
Okay.
Okay, good. Thank you, guys. Let's do this again tomorrow. God bless. Bye.
Y'all have a good night, man. I gotta go. You're progressive. Others.
The chairman in Accra.
The chairman back to Basil, back to Charlotte.
I said, you fine? Yeah, I was a question there too, Sylvester.
Is chairman working on something for the platform? Chairman say your platform will be happy with Christmas, baby.
Okay. I want to be happy. Okay. Ain't that song?
Look, gentlemen. Y'all heard about this thing, but y'all gotta read this thing. It's important though. How to call it? This thing that happened today. I don't know y'all who in our place. Okay. According, they say They say this guy. They say Shania Thompson's sister. She shared this. She said, on December 11th, my sister Shania Thompson was tragically and senselessly taken from us after being shot by her children's father. He came into her home bearing gifts for my niece's birthday, all while allegedly planning to kill her. Her 5 children witnessed the unthinkable and are now left grieving their mother while coping with unimaginable trauma. Our family is heartbroken and overwhelmed. We are asking for help with funeral expenses and support for the children as they begin the long journey of healing. The family is requesting prayers, financial support, and the sharing of the story to help cover memorial costs and provide care and counseling for the children. Authorities urge with information regarding the whereabouts of Wesley Benante Cobot to contact Minnesota law enforcement immediately. The public is advised not to engage the suspect directly. And you see his picture is there. He killed his 5 children's mother, shot her on the run.
When that happened?
This happened December 11, I think. Yeah.
Oh, just recently though.
Yeah, December 11.
And he ran away. He killed it. Who he killed?
Yeah, he killed his children's mother, the girl, and infant children witnessed the killing.
Wow.
December 11. Yeah, it occurred on December 11. Following domestic dispute.
Wow.
I mean, I don't understand the Doba. I don't care what the person do to you. Why you can't the 5 children for you, kill a woman and then you run away?
Then you run away, then who take care of the children?
I mean, what's that?
I mean, the children are going to foster care now.
So sometimes you can just say, I don't know. You saw the other fully eyes that killed his mom and pa.
Oh, they said that ran up that son I killed, that his son.
That his son I killed him. Yeah.
That his son killed his pa and mom.
What the motive?
Well, they say he had been.
They say his father argued bitterly on a party.
A party, yeah.
But he killed them.
He have had long mental health issue.
Oh.
Yeah, long mental health issue.
What man taking weed against his mental health?
I heard one MIT professor got shot too.
So the guy in Providence, they found the guy.
1 hour ago, a scientist slang homicide detective investigating after MIT lab director and professor for the 7-year-old.
Yeah, allegedly. I'll mention you right. Allegedly killed his children's mother. Okay, I agree.
Yeah,
allegedly killed.
So, guys, I don't know, but
I don't know. I'll leave it to even put hands and he's about shooting gun. I don't care how mad you are.
That's how gun have been portrayed in this country. Everybody got gun.
There's not a lot of courage.
Where Metron say? He said Venezuela a terrorist group now. He doesn't know as terrorists.
Oh yeah, but the thing they put criticizing Trump for now, the man that they killed, the man that his son killed. Yeah, he was a big Hollywood star, Hollywood star. Yeah, Trump criticized. Trump said he didn't like the man. The man was deranged.
Damn it, Trump, I ain't get that.
So even more people from the Republican criticizing him for that. I thought that was.
He said it publicly.
Yesterday in the Oval Office.
He said he attacked the man.
Yeah. So he didn't like the man. The man was a bad news for the country.
Oh,
he killed somebody else. Oh yeah.
What? Damn it.
Michelle Obama just the news that just chopping the whole hell on. Michelle Obama said criticizing everything for that. Everybody, even a lot of MAGA Republican representatives, senators criticizing him.
Yeah, because you know what you're doing for now? Because the election is a few months from now.
And now people saying if he's losing grip of the party, all these things happening.
But it didn't make yet. Man, that brother, the man has nothing to lose. The man finished, the man president now in second term. History, the man there for another 2 more years. So that made noise.
But the good part of it for me, Uncle Trump can have his feelings.
Oh yeah.
I level him.
What about he not fake?
When you want to be a man, be a man.
He's not fake. He's not fake.
Trump is a man. I like him for that.
Man, fake.
I like
man.
Him. I love him. I like him.
Even
when you got money,
man say yeah, but he say I regret his death, but he was a weak president.
When you got money and you got fame, you got everything, that's when you can express your feeling with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
No, but for him, like I was watching something today, but it's the Somalis. So the people put $1 billion in the healthcare system.
Oh yeah, the Somalis they colluded in the system in Minnesota there, $1 billion, and that's one of the reasons.
But who doesn't steal better than healthcare system here? A lot of people are catching. Some people are getting a whole lot of money for COVID fund. How many people get it? Liberians. Wow. They still plenty of money. They got a lot of them arrested and put in jail. And they still investigating a lot of them. So
What? They put in the healthcare thing now, that's normality in the behind it. They're digging deeper. So you get it. If you connect to the health fraud, but be careful. Because it was calling, going selecting, okay, it wasn't involved. The Somalis, I just said they're not Africans. Most people having a problem with them. I got even said it's different. So they dominated the Minnesota state that in dominance. So it's again different. And most of them was given permission here, and they were born here, so they want to go places, but most people happy that they're pursuing them now. And most of them who are citizens were Trump voters.
Yeah.
John said, okay, John said, I don't like them. Then I get out of country. Man, he don't play for you. He don't joke. He don't play fun, man. He don't pretend. The only person I see that have press conference every day. The man engages the press every day. Yeah, he engages the press. And if our politicians there could look, hey, I don't know, but if you get something hard, I don't want the way you reject the press. But if you are transparent, you know nothing to hide, you will talk to the press. Ask the question. Be clear. Don't hide it. Say everything that happens. Most of them don't do it because they won't be asked the tough questions.
Yeah.
Well, Nora, you in Liberia?
Nora, thank you for your contribution, man. Nora,
You're beginning. I'm not going detail on that, but everything okay that would beginning. I want to know.
Yeah, the great Pee-wee, the new progressive leader.
I'm like, you gotta revert before bedtime, man. When Patrick died, I didn't bring my
Nora in Liberia or not? Nora, tell me in Liberia. I know that our first day one she in Liberia. Ruth Robert Pemba, she in Liberia.
Ruth in Liberia?
Yeah. Ruth in Liberia.
I see.
And today they put the Christmas light on at the mansion.
Liberia Pago.
Yeah, the Christmas tree later today.
Later today, I saw all the people.
And we can see the naked choir and singing out for Joe.
Man, all the poor guy they mad for that now. They're not for nothing. But
that thing always be a big program, whatever.
Yeah, they call it the Christmas cantata. Yeah. Where the president, the VP, they speak all of the whole visual government is still there for them to put the light on.
Love, I bring the hope together.
Hey man, I remember back in the days what we did, man. We did Christmas carols. We did it in the I miss Firestone, man. Our white gown, our candle light in the night. We going around singing Christmas carols for people, and they're blessing us.
John Hinnett.
Come to your house and say, Nora Austin 135. Nora, you out?
Nora love our show. I don't know what we'll do for Nora. Nora, West Chen.
Nora got an area in Mount Barkley.
Chen.
Yeah, Nora got a home in Mount Barkley.
But you start giving people a dress in the plane.
I mean, but they get a
house. But she said it before the show. She was talking about that Google thing. Now I'm seeing the guy addressed that.
I've heard bleeding.
Nora house in fence. She in fence with security there. So Nora house in fence. You don't just.
So I said, what's secret man hiding for?
What Tavina? What she said?
Aquino Watson. She said people have been hiding the secret about maybe talking about Mr. Cummings, I guess.
What a secret. Gemma Baraba forget it. As a reaction now.
Yeah, better watch out. Jen, our stronger contributor here.
The guy said the lights, Kari K passed away, said the lights are shining on Route 3 highway. Kari, not the entire highway, only certain part. But I said someone left on there, because tomorrow make it 1 week and left. So as someone left on there, they put the lights there. But and so the lights I got, even at the boulevard there, the lights are there, but I don't know what they just deliver, put it, but it's not shining like before. Back in the day, when lights shining, when you got lights on that boulevard, you can see the road.
Those lights are placed there by the administration.
But it's not shining. They say that it's there, but like now you see the place there dark. I don't know what they put real lights there. Put real lights or China lights. Put real lights there. That streets big when they say when you're driving, you see but But I did put lights there. But Ralphie Road, the lights, it's not all there though. And I saw
what they got left Ralphie Road? I didn't see one.
No, I saw them digging the poles, digging the holes there, but they got some part of Ralphie Highway there. Some of it.
Where?
I mean, some. I think when you start going. Yeah.
No, they put no light yet, Tony. Nothing on that road yet. Maybe they started a week ago.
But you know, one thing I hope we bring to attention. Last week, Monday, I was coming from Habel, and at the Fish Creek checkpoint, President Bogart had gone to attend Watara's inauguration. They're coming back that night. And what the people did, and I would really reach out to the security people. They had a checkpoint. They had a cars of power. They locked the checkpoint, right? And said the president coming. So I said, the president have not. The man stay in the air. He hit the ground yet. Why y'all stop people from going?
And that's a busy rule.
Yeah, I said some people
already don't have rule in the country. You do nothing.
And mind you, let me tell you the truth. After I was mad. I was feeling mad. I don't want put him on arguing that he's not tough man. I said, I'm scared of you. You making noise like things. I said, I'm speaking my mind. I can bet you the president, if he hear what you're doing, he I'm sure he's not in agreement with y'all. So keep your citizen there, yeah. Traffic back up here. The man stay in the air. The plane haven't touched ground. Then you got people in the dark here. What are you doing so? He said, I said, y'all continue to do it. I said, but they will inform the people what happening. And we'll call them out. And mind you, after the president arrived, going through all the ceremony at the airport, the convoy left. I think about over 15 or 20 car convoy, they left. And mind you, as we were going, as Maya and Peabody, Maya was there to cover the arrival. Do you know we met the president convoy still going? And when I asked them, they said, no, the paper got the take on the paper, they run out good. And I threw the convoy moving slow. And because you know,
but Tony, you expect the convoy to move far on our road out this when they
no, but what I'm trying to say, so all that thing they were holding up
back and then move off and jumping out. That is terrible.
I agree. We have a president. A president, I mean, the elderly man. So you guys are planning to run. But the idea, what I'm trying to say, after all the hours, we made a convoy. That's around how do you call it? Tower Hill there. The convoy going very slow. Then when I say, oh my man, you bomb me on the whole. I said, okay, I agree.
They're afraid guy was dark. They don't run when he missed that road he put in the DJ. I probably had something can't cut. Not good.
The convoy went too slow. But the idea, Pee-wee, they kept people for hours. I said, but it's not fair to the people, man.
No, that is wrong. That is wrong. Yeah. And they already know very well that the road condition is not good. Yeah. And then if the road is terrible, the Ralphie road is not good already. So what you do is that you time it, and you have to be very effective in communicating that we understand the president will have to be safe, but you have to do it in the way. Now you do it and that's why the country that got a lot of road, then you can reroute people. Divert the traffic.
Looking for notice. Let me tell the officer that I am American.
Somebody said, I'm gonna call the mobile money.
The first thing
I want to contribute. Okay, the mobile money Liberia is.
You say what can I say?
0888. I gave you somebody information. They are talking honestly.
Who somebody?
Miss Pastor said they want to contribute in Liberia. I'm gonna call the mobile money in Liberia so they can contribute.
Oh, okay.
So let me give you the mobile number. Miss Passaway is 0888 297 311 0888 297 311 0777 649 986. So that's the number there. I think it will go to
call the number again.
Oh, the thing I'm passing. Okay, come back. Okay. It is 0888 297311. Then 0777 649986. 077 649986. All right.
Me take Kelebo in America, even when Trump come in Pennsylvania, you even know that he in Pennsylvania because they don't block, they don't do all that stuff we're doing that, bro. So how we talk to a Secret Service
No. They do black rope, but they got a lot of option rope with you.
Exactly.
To avert people.
You know that you hear thing last week. You hear last week. You get a speech here. Who knew Choma? Yes, sir. Who knew the news said it?
You got to book up any rules.
Yeah. So also that thing talking about say the police in America, the people not inconvenient the citizen from the movement.
Thank you, Nora. Nora, I get information and you talking.
Yeah, but you must say you can talk.
Nora, you come to our TCA gathering we're having in Delaware. You got to come. All of you guys got to come. Who live? Jen, you got to come too.
So somebody was running to have the flight. The flight. You think it will be waiting? You black a person with it. You close the gate. The kind of cars will get back up. They're not fair. You don't do that.
If you have a route where the president can pass.
Yeah. Like I said, I told the president playing a route on the ground. That's a different case. But a man in the air state, you're blocking the road. You think it's fair? Yeah. What's that? Who are do things?
Yeah.
Who are do things? You know, I remember that day somebody called me and said, "Oh, man, you going to the president's birthday bombing?" I said to do what there. so and that's I see now I want to see you again, sir. I said to do what there. I said for you, I'm going to do so.
They quit point finger.
Yeah, then they tell you drum in there. Some officer can push you, wait, you say you don't for it. I beg you. I just rushed it. I beg you. I'm going to do so. You're going to go to your place there. I beg you. I didn't be doing. Yeah, but I think it was a problem, man. We bring attention to the people. You can't don't inconvenience citizen like that. Right?
Yeah.
And every now and then you get the other convo camp. We're coming from Nima that day. She just was going for the bar conference. I said, yeah, justice. They get the police. She just escort. I love bro. But yeah, since guy carrying you, I think all right.
I mean, my computer going dead. I'll leave here, man. Nora, have a good night. Go to bed. I know it's late there.
Sean, you helicopter most of the time, but I
mine coming right on. I see mine coming on. Mine here the Alpha Librarian number mine key on straight.
Mine told me. They begin make sure that
I never
to the Alpha Librarian number mine key on the straight. Mine can work. Easy.
So we're on care today?
Yeah, we were.
Okay.
Okay, they're not effective at all. I think they're not effective.
Bye, thank you for all you do, brother. We love you guys. Huh? We love you guys. You guys work so hard.
We work on the scorecard in the back.
Very good. Maya, work on the scorecard. We'll debate that scorecard more amongst ourselves. And come up with something come up with real score. We won't get people.
By that time, I spoke at them. I want to sit down and do something, but they're tired here.
Yeah. Yeah, do that.
Some people won't do it with do some analysis on it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you get somebody else a card. Yeah. But I mean, obviously you already know who have done that, who have done well. You see what they do, you know. Like if anybody tell me say Bodo Cannon has sent out a year, that person need to get from here because she has not said a word. When I see that collecting free thing over there. Yeah. Another guy over there too say when you ain't say nothing, he just collect.
What you want me to say?
Eh?
What you want to say?
My man said one guy, what they got me? He said they got me from ALP. The man don't say nothing. The man don't even. The man said you're talking your business. After my 6 years, I know you are going. So let me just relax now. My 6 year operation I got finished. I mean, think my relation. I think about what you get every month. I ain't really care. Hey, man. Puis, It's been cold a week, but today wasn't too cold.
Oh yeah, well, a little bit good today.
Yeah, good today, though, because I saw at least you could, the ice was not around too much, but yesterday, man, dog it, whoa. The cold can pass through your clothes, buddy.
Hey Siri.
Yes, Siri.
What's gonna be the weather tomorrow in Middletown?
That's different. Siri can tell some inappropriate things.
Yeah, it'll not be bad tomorrow. At least it's
Looking at Siri. Siri will tell. Siri will tell. It's my blubber Siri. Siri says no. Next Siri, now I ask you. Siri. Siri will say okay. Siri get one of the. Oh, Jen said the only person I have seen in person is Tomlin, but he never spoke to him. Over you? But never spoke to him. Jen, where so? I don't know. Jen, where was it? Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't recognize you. Maybe I just. But if I didn't speak, it was not intentional though. In Minnesota, wow. I saw come in Minnesota for my sister-in-law's funeral. Yeah, I saw come in Minnesota. I play freaking cool. Oh my God. We live in the same. Oh really? Oh okay. Yeah, Marie. I'm coming for Marie's funeral. Yeah, man. Wow. I play go a funeral. Going for that funeral, you might wear triple yourself because Minnesota cool now for fun. Yeah, I'll come for that funeral. I know it'll be after. I don't know. It's SDA, so it'll be on a Friday. Because she was do you know? Yeah, took out my cousin, first cousin. But during election, they all were supporting the rescue, and they must say they were having on the different side. So they must say we should butt head. Rescue people. I said, man, I'm on a rescue side. I don't know. But anyway, maybe when I come to Minnesota, maybe this time around we'll get to meet you in person. Yeah. Yeah, we lost Marie Roberts. I got that. They put when I was youth in Providence, he died. Frank Good Jr. He died in his sleep. I know that won't be after the holiday. The cold. I can't stand the cold, my dear. Can't stand the cold. I can't even the people that born in the country, they're afraid of the cold. So when people talking that, I say, "Wait, the people who are born here, they're afraid of the cold." I mean, I will not born here. I will not be afraid of the cold. Give me a break. You sleeping?
No. I just relaxing. I'm watching news, man. I'm watching my news now.
Nora, you say you want to meet me in person? You know, I watch the guy immigration. The Robert started nothing here. Yeah. Where the guy immigration in like, bro, before you came, they say, you say, what? You want to meet me in person? Nora full of it. Major, so Lieutenant or Captain? Lieutenant Hope or Major Hopes? BRN. I had the operation, job operation. I want to say, my man. You see that? I want to say, my man, for today, you call now, I say for you. They say, yeah. When you pass it, the people give you currency. And they say, oh, and you go down, the people give you currency and say, all right. Oh, Joseph Anderson. Yeah, I'm back in the US. Oh, tomorrow we get 1 week, I return. Or Lieutenant Noro. Okay. Yeah. The ball when I got back here, Joseph Anderson, the ball bound, rule change. Oh, I own my own bed. I drive my own car. no chief here. Everything the ball bounce, yeah. The ball bounce at the airport, the rule change. When someone said two in a cat, I said, yeah, like bro. He do it.
Yeah, very nice. You get a car.
In the morning, you better get out and go clean the snow for your car.
Yesterday, was it yesterday? No, the day before yesterday. I had to get on and go at shoveling snow from the car, man. The 2 cars in from the area, I got to be doing them when the cold suck my hand. I ran inside.
The diplomat.
That man out there over there. When I got outside soon, when my car clean, shiny.
Joe, if somebody your stuff, if they drop your stuff to my place, I'm sure I brought it. Because I open the bags and yes, sir. So if anybody brought your stuff, ask them what they brought, and I'm sure either in my bag I brought or the one I left there.
There's soon the money. As soon as I go and come outside and load the car clean. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Well, in the morning, man. When in the morning, when you get in the morning, you see they bring the fruit to you. All of the breakfast alone, the edibles, the plenty, they bring it there. They cheap and they cheap got the food. You look at all the.
But it's so good. I can start doing that political thing across to the country, so we'll be out. But listen, it gave you the right to sometimes to do things on your own, to do things. But back home in the country, we did those things for a very long time.
Yeah.
And that's why for me, I don't like people to always serve me. No.
Yeah.
Because I learned how to do things. I mean, if I went to the interior, you saw me operating, you'll be shocked.
Oh,
that should be. So when we come down this side, we're not like, we'll push the thing, we'll do things. Go and other line. Yeah, you know, our American children and so now you they tell us, yeah, oh, what this shit?
Oh yeah. I remember one time when I came to the States first.
Like my late daughter, so now she can every time she can no gonna to see the place, I go check in the area, so she can be time when she'll go in her room. She tell me she down call, but so now I don't call. So you have to do something.
You know,
keep the place clean too. God for me, I let her see my environment look neat. So down, when I lay up, up here, no way, I go down the business, I see a place. I mean, you have to do something.
Yeah, when I came to the States, right, I was in Rhode Island, so I was talking to my uncle when I left Connecticut. So he was eating one day, I go bring water. Then his daughter said, why you doing that for? You're not a slave, don't serve him. Then he said he will not mind you because he knows better. He will bring water because his uncle and I eating, I didn't drink water. He said, no, but he's not your servant. He needs to bring water for you. Why can't we get it yourself?
And to be very frank, what that child said is unacceptable.
But
and yes, they're going to want to do it. In Africa, we learn to serve our parents when they are eating our seniors.
I have your uncle eating.
Yeah, and she say your uncle that's the reason I can. They can just be lazy, so they'll find all kind of flimsy excuses to say, "Oh, that's slavery." It's part of the learning curve.
I say, I tell my children, I say, you better.
Oh no, but when it comes to that, my kids will have to do that for a fight. Even when people come in the house. The first line of line that they ask the person if they want to drink water.
Yeah.
You serve them water or other things. So that that person have to train how to tell the kids to learn that. Water.
We're growing up, ask anybody to our house, right? We take about time. You gotta put it, you set a table for the papa and the Omar to eat. You set a table, the fork so, the knife so, you serve the table, and then besides that, you gotta make sure when the papa eating, somebody gotta sit down. When you like your time to like a week, you sit down and anything the papa needs is you bring it. So you sit down there and make sure
and the banana play will be for you.
I mean, you clear it all. So you sitting down there, probably think I sit down there. Probably anything you missing, you bring it. You put water in the glass and all. Man, probably then tree also. You put water in the glass for him. Everything there.
Yeah.
He has special plate, special spoon, and if he probably eating, he start the table, and now he spoon the eat with. He will take a spoon and he will throw that spoon and you throw it. You know that. You have said, probably a particular spoon there. A knife, a fork there.
That particular spoon, that particular plate, that particular
glass, everything.
Or
go play phone. Go sit down and ain't there. But I probably coming from where you say, Kakame, everybody will say, Black Kakame, everybody taking position. Probably coming. When they say, probably coming from where you say, Kakame, everybody moving, everybody running, coming to the position now. I think my children say, you're lucky. You're sitting here, you're going to be arguing, you won't be, and tell me, say, oh, this and that, I beg you, yeah. And then, nowadays, now it's worse now.
Before I used to
tell them, I can't go the season on now. I go back for them. This time I try, Daddy, I'm gonna cash up. You get them under there.
The first thing I get was start when you start doing. What did I do? That's not fair.
Yes, that's not fair.
We all did that to our parents. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. What did I do?
Yeah, ask the question. What's it?
Yeah, that's not fair. You will say that to our people, they will come and say that's not fair.
You try it, man.
Yeah, that's not fair. That's not fair. What did I do? I said, okay, you know,
like I was talking to one of my sisters last week. On my way, I dropped something for my sister. I want to drop it. Yeah, she said my children about there. I can food there with Santa Claus, the Christmas tree. Yeah, I said I food to try this now, but before they try to get the money, they say, Daddy, I Santa brought a gift. But it's not, don't give it. I beg you. The children say, I beg you, Daddy. You not with Santa. You the Santa, and so the children know that. But they had one gift said, you don't put on the true decoration, but they give the cash out. If you want to get a cash out quick, give cash out, send the money to the buy their own stuff, right? Sit right in the room on the computer and buy the stuff. Oh, my password. Then they will take a picture and send it. And send it to you. You say, Daddy, my password at the door. You see it? Very good, bro. Wow. I regret the training my parents gave. Yeah, it was necessary. Again, I used to see people, even talking to older people. I see people on Facebook there. They go on Facebook, they just cussing about it. Nah, not me. You cuss me, I either block you or I just table you. Okay. I cuss somebody, it cost me like a penny. I'll leave you your own. What Jen said, let me see. What she said? She said, I'm sorry to hear about the losses of you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. And Nora, she got all boys. Nora got all boys. But Nora, lucky your boys are where they can treat you so they can take care of you good. Your birthday card, they can shower you with gifts. And so at least you have a blessing there, you see. Your boys can take care of you good. So my girls do the same thing too. I like, brother, tracking me. They call me and say, Daddy, what are you doing on Oro? I said, give me my own Oro. Why don't you send me the screenshot? I said, oh, so you tracking me from America, yeah? Yeah, tracking me. I said, wow. They're tracking me. Yeah, when you're smart, when they come outside in darkness, I say, Daddy, what you doing? Like, hurry and come home. I said, okay. Guys, what makes us different from the children that are coming up now? We can live anywhere. That one are true. Not true, James. Not true. We live anywhere. Train back. No, but a good kind of train like bro. I think we should do it. Get a train like bro. Let you take a trip in a rural area for 1 night at least. Yeah, don't let them go through all that thing there. Like I tell you the story, right? When I went to Lofa to Kwali Bonnie, right? So during the ceremony, my stomach losing. My man, I said, "What? I'm going to the bathroom." So the immigration lady took me to the bathroom. I got you, boy. I said, "No." I saw it. I said, "No, what?" I let me stay. I thought I am. The home. I said, what? I said, no, the one. She said, what happened? I said, no. I said, I only pee, bro. I don't want to do that. So what? You see that you can't do who I said, no, I ain't with it. What? You way in the forest, what you expect? I said, there, but I wouldn't want that. What? Only the whole you see there with little small thing. I said, nah, we just take out before I.
Oh yeah, man. We can see what we need to. Man, when I saw we had Joseph. When you two are feed in our place.
So, but I slept to the NASCAR guest house. The guy one night, they got a guest house there. The guy that one is equipped. I was slept. Yeah, but the NASCAR got a guest house. The guy, he let you see the 24 hours there. The guy flushed toilet there. Water running. I was good there. Yeah. Then the guy one call my couple guest house. Yeah, one woman got a guest house there. I think I $40 at night. Man couple guest house. And in the morning they can boil the water. They bring it to you to take back. Man couple guest house. I'm making money water. They bring a big pack.
Where?
One place in Vonyama, yeah. Yeah, they call it Man Couple Guest House. Yeah, the guy lay fan there.
Around the police station, around.
Yeah. My, you must have slept. We stop together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. My.
When look for la Vonyama yesterday, is the quality?
No, we don't want for the program.
You want for the program quality? Yeah,
then we slept in Vonyama. I the NASCAR, they had a NASCAR guest house, but then we went to sleep in Man Couple guest house. Me and my. Yeah, the woman played that bar.
How long you slept there for? 1 day?
1 day. Man, the road to your home, man, I rode that bar too.
What make it bad? No, but the road, the Vonyama side is bad, but the other side not bad.
Yeah, the Vonyama side bad because man, the car kept cutting off, man.
Then you carry a messy car.
No, man, we carry so SUV. Man, come on now, you talking so?
Why is SUV cutting off? I carry that my luxury car on our road in color.
Yeah, but that car they were bouncing the hole. The car was cut off. Hey, then in the forest, I had no internet service. I think I was getting mad because when you very you love your cell phone. You can't communicate with nobody. Yeah, internet. That's funny. Even the guy had his how to call it, he portable internet on it. He couldn't even make it.
But when Susie Wiles compares him and says
yeah, that's true.
When you're closing for Christmas break?
The way she described that, she meant that he basically
Friday.
There's other train closing on Friday. Nothing. My daughter in college, our school already closed for the break.
And when you're opening back?
You should have January 5th.
Huh? 2 weeks. They're gonna time for a free time.
January 1st will be on which day?
Africa
on Thursday, right?
Yeah, listen.
In Christmas falling on Thursday this year. Christmas on Thursday.
Yeah, January 1st will be on Thursday too.
Okay, so be on Thursday.
This Sunday, I ordered the ticket here. We'll order the ticket tomorrow. I told you to remind me today. You didn't do that.
I'll go to watch next service on Wednesday.
But the ticket will be low. They got more ticket online. Just come tomorrow. When you come from school tomorrow, let me know. Order the ticket, okay? Let's do it straight tomorrow. As soon as you come, let me know. Order the tickets.
You said that his murder was not about politics.
But don't worry, there will be more tickets for that program.
The president called him back for
Today they have. I think today they have. The 19 having my job having a Christmas party. I can't go there. When is it?
This coming May, I can't remember. Children's Africa for a break.
Yeah, I don't care, man. I don't go Cyprus for my daughter graduating in Cyprus. I gotta go there.
For I want to MP say will be. I want to MP school. I think it will be having break on break now, right?
Wow, actually, I go to Africa to see the land of the Philippines.
Yeah.
Nora, you better go to bed. After 2 o'clock, you're hero. Enjoy your labor vacation. She said, "Poor." Yeah. What Maxwell? Maxwell there with you?
Man, join you tomorrow, man.
Yeah, New Progressive. But man, so I say nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can do, but we'll talk it out. I think, set that thing up. We got to start saying that kind of thing. But let's talk. We'll talk.
Yeah.
We also saw Indiana Republicans vote against redistricting.
Mine.
Yeah, Chief,
Mine.
yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. I'm okay.
You home, right? You home?
Yeah, I got home like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Also, when you left the studio?
I left the studio about 1:30.
Wow, so you riding the motorbike on the motorbike that time?
Yeah.
You're not scared?
So I came from the executive mansion. So when I came from there, I went straight to the station. So I left there up to this time.
Oh, really?
The president liked the Christmas tree.
You're turning the program?
Yeah, it went live. I went live. Yeah, we had a lot of people there. We had like Easter egg and food.
And the people from America, they distributed over there plenty.
Yeah, the diaspora were there. They people from there also.
How you going?
So they are all that.
How you going? How you going?
The diaspora returnees.
The diaspora returnees were there.
Yeah, they were there in good numbers. So the president recognized them, and then they have a wonderful time there. So we having a program which will start officially maybe on the 17th. From the 17th officially will start. But they have already started where the vice president welcomed them.
Tomorrow, right?
Yes. Yeah. So
also.
Yeah.
So wait.
The vice president welcomed them. The president.
Well, the vice president welcomed them when?
Yeah. Last week at the executive mansion where I attended the program.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, last week it was only on Friday.
So who spoke on behalf of the diaspora people? Who spoke on behalf of that? Who spoke on their behalf?
Jackie was there, and then they had the organizers were there. So Jackie spoke also, and then they had other folks were there.
Well, Jackie diaspora, and she living abroad, and she's diaspora. But
so
Maya,
she was also part of them.
Or that picture in there that went that today program.
Yeah, the Christmas.
Or at the executive mansion today that you did.
Yeah, I was there. I don't want to talk all about photos.
Also, at the executive mansion, I see people also they have different. Which part? That right in the yard.
Right in the yard, right in the front view of the executive mansion.
Wow, it was nice though.
Yeah. We have a lot of people there.
Different groups or what? I see people all in different attires.
Yeah, different churches. People from different churches. Yeah, they were all there. Traditional people from all centers. They were all there. So the area was packed. We had a lot of people with grace the occasion. Even Sir Joseph, Samuel Koga, all of them were in attendance.
Have you been here?
Yeah, they were there. The day selection.
The Christmas selection or what?
Yeah, Christmas selection.
They have food and drinks there?
Food was there, drinks were there, everything. People even left there when I was coming, people were still there.
Wow, you took some good pictures. That's good.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll upload them
on the page, eh?
Yeah. I also upload them on the website.
Oh, but I see the picture of the president. Into the president picture.
No, we couldn't go too close to the president, but the one I took was in my camera because the distance was too far. So I saw my camera. There are pictures. Some of them
But
are in
executive,
my camera.
so what executive mansion
So I have
press corps here? The president, yeah?
No, all of us were. No. These are all delegates.
From where?
For some of them are international delegates. Like today, the president launched the digital center where in Orange and Lone Star you can transfer from Orange to Lone Star. You transfer from Lone Star to Orange.
Also, so if I want to give money,
Yeah,
I can use it.
It
How
now
can
used
I
to
use
be
it?
like
How can I use it?
so like in they can show you the code. In library you can do it. You transfer from Orange to Lone Star. You transfer from Lone Star to Orange. You transfer. There are a lot of ways you do it, but
Also,
from now
okay,
to
like
next
how
year
I can use it.
already,
I'm
it's
using the
free.
same waiver. So how can I, if I want to use same waiver, what can I do now?
They are not announced whether they can be used with same wave, which of course I don't know, but for locally in Labrador, you can transfer from Lone Star to Orange. You transfer from Orange to Lone Star.
I see. Wow. I see.
Yeah. So
Wait,
we also
before
saw the Central Bank governor hearing.
I'll ask one question, but Maya, answer the question for me.
But
I'll ask
also
you. Maya, somebody say connect satellite is the best internet in the rural areas. Are true? Is it better than Starlink?
No, the only internet is no, not true.
So when Nima,
Starlink
which one are you?
Best right now. Maybe the
So Maya, at the superintendent house, which one are you using at the superintendent mansion?
Well, yes.
Which one were using there? When
The
there?
superintendent mansion that are Starlink they get there.
Starlink were using that?
That Starlink, the superintendent mansion, yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we don't have problem with internet at the superintendent mansion. That which picture here?
That Starlink was.
Which picture here? Who are you so?
This is the launch today where I attended it.
So who
the
are
president and then the Central Bank governor and that of the international panel, the finance minister, other panel who helped to bring all this project.
All right. Oh. What the program
These
held?
are all, yeah.
Where had the program at?
At the ministerial complex.
Oh, really?
Ministerial complex.
Wow.
Yes. Well, the president transferred to kickstart the process.
How much transfer?
The president transfer and then the central.
How much? What the amount?
Transfer $100 and then the $100.
$100
yes. and then
no
the Central Bank, $100. And most of the I can say media institutions did not took note of was the amount that was in the Central Bank governor account. People were shouting, and then later when I captured the president account, so I just kept it to myself because I don't want to post it because people were not taking note of it. Yes, the president account.
Now how much?
The money is in the president the watch account. So people were the figure it's so bad. Like
what?
I showed those some of my colleagues they were arguing some people say 1 million. Some people say 1 million. I told them say no, 1 million is small. So the other guy left on that guy said you cannot deposit $1 million like Brenda in mobile money account is somehow too heavy. I said, no, that is not possible. The person is not like an ordinary citizen to deprive him from putting certain amount. So that is not possible. So we're having some argument. But it was some kind of heavy where people who were watching, who were sitting back, they were wondering.
Man, so somebody worry about you. They say, "Man, go sleep." Are you sleeping?
I'm not sleeping right now because I sometimes leave up to 5 o'clock doing work. Like right now, all the pictures I took today, I'm about to. So my computer, everything is ready beside me.
Correct.
I just doing some editing and then.
Correct.
I sometimes go to be up to 5.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
You might invite Maya to your place. Invite the picking. Quit picking Pavarona. Maya, who are you so?
These are all some of the guests that came to grace the occasion.
Are they complex?
Some of them from Orange, some of them from Lone Star, CBL, and other institutions.
Wow. So who attended the Mika press briefing today?
No, I wasn't part of the Mika press briefing.
But who were there for us?
No, I don't know who was there. So she's asking for my contact. So Chief, if you can send it to her.
Maya, you see, that woman will make you feel good because she will drop it. Yeah, Maya, you see, it's good to stay on little. Ain't see now? You know, I'm on a whole nurse. The nurse get plenty of money. Her money long. Oh, Maya, forget it. Maya, just relax. Once you see myself a contract, forget it. Now, but you know that you all set for that one. Forget it. No, don't joke. No, drop it. Drop it. Begin see. Stay on lesson 9. I can happy. God gonna bless you.
My number is also on the screen. Yeah, the Labrador number is mine. The Orange and Lone Star is mine. The number that is going through.
Hey, man, let me send your number to her. What? Give me the number. Let me send her. Let me send her inbox right now.
WhatsApp number. My 2 WhatsApp numbers.
Let me send your number to her right now. No. Where number, man?
I already texted you. Check your inbox.
Okay. You text me on WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Check
it. Let me send it to her right now. Okay, I got it. Man, she's gonna drop you, Jenna. You see it? She's gonna drop you.
Thank you all so much.
Oh, there, she got it already. She got it. Hey, I'll send it to her. Hey, man, you see? She will drop you. Her hand not heavy. Her hand free. Her hand not heavy. Hand free. So, you see it? She got it. So, man, be watching your mobile money. It was also ring and let you pop up. Don't call it a mouth. Hey, we put it. There's some point watching you now. They say, mine is on it. You guys on it. Don't call it a mouth now. I beg you. So, Maya, let me ask you now.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Modern State doing the protest?
Yeah, the protest also we're having some meeting where tomorrow we are going to do like the live coverage, but we are going to use it from both angles, from different angles where we have people deploy all over, and then I will be sitting in studio controlling from all over. That's how we're about to do it.
Okay. So, but Malu Harper coming today or what?
No, I was like following him. He had a publicity team where they was in a truck moving from one place to another. He was on the truck while he had people making the announcement tomorrow. Do not send your child, your children to school. Tomorrow be a mass protest. People be at the executive mansion and what have you. So one of the things that I was hearing when I was with the car going along after I left from this program, people were saying we are not seeing the momentum like the July 17 protest. So if this protest will have the momentum, we yet to see until we see tomorrow yet, but the kind of momentum we saw the July 17 election, protest is not the kind of momentum we are seeing now. Because one of the things I stressed on was that is the financial resources. Because if you have the financial resources, you can be able to carry on some of these projects, some of these protests. But because of some financial issue, that's why it's been the delay in between.
But I don't know though. I mean, if I talk to him, I'll tell him about the protests you want to. First of all, is the people travel to Liberia for the holidays, and they really they won't go there. They want to maybe enjoy the holidays at Liberia, spend their money to go there. They want, and you got people coming from all over the different parts of the world to go Liberia for the holidays too. And then the economy is on too. And tomorrow even the Lip Fest, our men are starting the stuff tomorrow too. So with all of that, I don't think he will get the results because, I mean, I think it was, I don't know, the timing is just not right because people.
Been silent for a while because
yeah,
like,
you see.
Yeah, we used to see like people from all the opposition party were endorsing him and other stuff. Like you see the CDC, the youth, them were all there backing him up. But now we are not seeing any opposition endorse this whole entire.
I agree with Kedabo. You see, organizing protests in December is always a challenge. Anyway, in the world, that's true. I mean, I don't know what Molu was thinking about. You have to plan it well. You can't organize protests in the holiday time where people are coming from traveling from abroad, and then they come in with it. They won't be in no chaos. They won't celebrate. They won't have a nice time. You know.
Yeah. So it's kind of a different this time around. So we hope to see how tomorrow.
Like Nora saying too, when you in Liberia, you plan protests 6 months in advance. Yeah, man, I don't know, you're not serious. I don't know, protest. I know we're not going nowhere because I really want to see because the people will not let the people disrupt the people holiday. People make the economic because people are home not spending money. So people shopping, people going around the country giving people Christmas gifts, giving rice to people. And nobody want people go jump behind you right now. No, people want people from the States now, from Europe, from Asia, different parts of the world. They're in Liberia, going to feed people, give people gifts. They brought their friends down with them too. They want to enjoy themselves. They won't go to Dikarabaj. They won't go to all these lounges. They won't go to the Echo Lodge in Nima. Yeah, they won't go to Patawi, Patawi in Bonkante, right?
In Bonkante.
Yeah, they won't go to see Le Piso in Grand Cape Mount. So all of that, I don't know why to organize it like that, but.
And Liberians, these days, Liberians are now going after politicians where they used to go from door to door, like depending on politicians. Liberians right now they are hustling on themselves. They are now depending on politicians. So for you to find people to just go on the street, to just say, yeah, me go on the street, like waiting there is very difficult right now because it's somehow difficult. Because Liberian people, they are trying to do things on themselves.
So what they talk at the time? What the news are hearing? What the news on the streets that what happening? Like what people talking about?
Right now, the only issue that Liberians are concerned about is just the issue about the same butter and bread issue where people are still talking about it around. But with this issue about agriculture, where we saw recently the president launched another agricultural investment in Nima County, and also Liberians are also concerned about it. And with this, also the issue about the Ministry of Commerce, where the marketers are still asking the Commerce Minister Madeline Dagosa on this issue about rice, because there was some rice that was given by the Chinese government So people are saying right now the entire media, that's it, the talk of the time within our media chat room, the viewer chat room, the Chinese government gave a huge amount of rest, and then where is the rest? We are not seeing the rest. But the very ministry, the very government institution, agency, they are the one benefiting from the rest. So the rest are not on the market where it was given.
But then, you know what happening? The poor taking the rest, getting it to the employees there. What happening?
Yeah, so that's the issue we are about to raise, because just tonight we're at the executive mansion. We were discussing it. I and some of my media colleagues were discussing it. So it has been the concern that we are observed for the past few days since this rest issue. So we are going to do thorough investigation on it, and then to come up with a report on that. Because before, over the past years, when holiday comes, if you are an assigned reporter at certain ministry or agency, maybe probably they will tell you, say, oh yeah, each reporter come for 1 bag or 2 bags of red, or maybe probably each person you take half, just like that. But nowadays, the entire ministry, like I was telling one of my colleagues, I said maybe probably the minister, the deputy, other government official, they can go in a meeting and then decide, say, no reporter, they think we shouldn't do it across the board. Nobody shouldn't get it, you shouldn't get it across the board. Just like that. So the guys then were laughing at me. How you might know? I was telling them, I told them, I said, yes, it's like calculated. The guys have already planned it, like the media, that we are not giving them this, we are not giving them that, or whosoever, we are not giving them, only our employee. So that's how it's going, like across the entire ministry, entire agency. Before, like last year and the other years, at the end of the year, December, they used to give the media, make the people look happy. But media people are still complaining. Like at the executive mansion today, it was very, very tough. You saw reporters outside because they wanted to get something. They thought they would have getting something from in there, but unfortunately they couldn't get anything. It was somehow disgraceful, somehow unfortunately.
But you know, in the past, the president will have what they call end of the year tete-a-tete. I witnessed Doe doing it, Taylor did it, Ellen used to do it too. I mean, I didn't see we are doing it. But the president usually have tete-a-tete with the press, the media. And then from there,
we engage in our leadership. We hope to meet with him on Friday, this Friday.
Who and Joe Baga, President Baga?
Yeah. So we hope to meet with him on Friday. So
yeah, your push for it. I would also push. I would send message to Kula and ask her, why can't have the executive mansion press school have a tete-a-tete with the president?
She announced it today.
She announced what she said.
She told us that she's also pushing that hopefully it just like prior notice that we should get prepared. Maybe on Friday we'll meet with the president, but they are still pushing it to see.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll push it too. So you assigned the marshal now for us, right?
Yes, I'm the assigned reporter there.
Okay, that's good. So yeah. So she recognized you there.
Yeah, she knows me good.
You in a executive mansion press chat room too?
I in the chat room, all of the activities.
So wait, when having this program, executive mansion press code, they can carry your in bus.
Like for me, I have my own bag, so I don't have the access. Maybe except when we're going out of the counties or we're going on the airport, like that's the time I use the executive mansion bus. But when it's just round trip, like in the city, I use my bag to go.
Because that night we're coming around, I was scared for you. I was scared.
I reached, I contacted our director, he never believed it. He told me, say, wow. I said, yeah. I think it's right behind you. He said, wow. I said, yeah.
I was scared because I said, when we pass by you, then I saw you, I said, they begin on the road, they die road yet. I begin with your belt on your back. I was scared for you, no joke. I was afraid. I said, yeah, but man, don't be going late in the night when I can roll.
No. That place is just like a road that people move on all the time. So if you find out that people are being harmed on road, it's just a road that.
No, my fear for you is that the traffic on that road, and you try to put that road that some people can drive foolish way. I don't want you to be in that road on your motorbike. That'd be frank.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, don't go down on a road at night. I beg you. You ride the executive mansion bus, you can ride a bus, but don't go on a road alone. You know?
Yeah, I do my riding in the city.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah. That's good, my man. Anyway, I mean, it didn't give you a rest, then no problem. TC will get your Christmas, so nothing to worry about. So that when they get you,
Just this year.
yeah, when they get your rest, they won't hold that thing there. So you see, what they're supposed to do in the past, when the president meet with the journalists there, the executive mansion of journalists there, he had a press conference with them, he addressed them, then he tell them all what he did during the course of the year, accomplishments for the year, and then they lay them, tell them also what he do the coming year. For then now, after that, the president asking question. For then, the president say, okay, Merry Christmas, and my press secretary will take care of y'all. The press put them happy, but so I'm sure Friday y'all get to meet with him. I'm sure they will take care of y'all. May y'all feel happy. That Brent Jordan there, the cartoon there. What?
That's one of the things that journalists survive on, like, bro.
I know, because I went to one press conference one time in like, brother, you're not with me. That ball with me, the ball you're busy now. I went there. I see all the tap journalists there, and they say, "Oh man, you put your knee down." I said, "For what?" "Oh man, put your knee down." So I told my picking, I said, "You put your knee down." After that, now after the press conference, they say, "Is that quite important?" They go sign for that. I said, "Oh, okay, but 250." I said, I said, "Yeah, but man, how you gonna do it?" I said, "Wow." I picking you go sign. Who that? Anywhere I say, "Oh, tomorrow Johnny, yeah, me baking for my bake." Yeah. The time you crazy, I want to then say, they put on Facebook. See, hey, man, sign for my head. That's a big. I got you against me. They put that thing, but I mean, I challenge your guy, man.
Yeah. That's
not easy. I see what you go through, man. It's tough. You're in a hot sun. It's raining. You're there. You don't eat all day. You're there. Just in the story. That day when I messaged with you, put your in jail. I said, "Man, let's speak. I hear we put in jail." And let's say you apologize. So, man, y'all get that thing done. Minister of the Year, all the people, y'all get that thing done. Y'all research well. I mean, y'all need to really go all the time. Man. Y'all know who all be performing. Y'all know the thing. What you go to when it's so easy to do that?
The team said they want to have a meeting with you, so I know probably you can just inform them what you want them to do.
But I told them, so what we'll do tomorrow meet. Yeah, because the basic thing is just to you sit down. You're being covering the entire government the whole year. So you just want to know.
I set up the database already.
Okay, so tomorrow, what time we'll have a meeting?
Maybe probably you can just tell us your time, then we will be okay.
Tomorrow Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
So let's say 12 o'clock. My time will be what time in Labrador? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 o'clock. Oh, it'll be time for the show. So we'll do it before the show time. So let me see. 10 o'clock your time. At what time on the side? 5 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. No, not good for me. Let me see. 9 o'clock. Okay. 9 o'clock at what time? Yeah, will be 2 o'clock. Whatever, right?
9 o'clock. So we probably can do it. Your time is 1 o'clock, and our is 5.
Yeah, but the show will be on. I can't do it during the show time.
No, 5 o'clock our time, and then 1 o'clock yours.
Oh, 5 o'clock your time. 1 o'clock our time, here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, with 5 hours. So let me see. So 12 o'clock will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So okay, 12 o'clock in my time here, and then 5 o'clock your time. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might put it in our chat room. Okay, we'll meet. Okay.
Okay, Chief.
Okay, my man. Let me let you go get some sleep, my man. It's almost 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 in the morning, my man. But I know you want to sleep. You're going to be on computer working again.
Yeah, almost 3.
Wait, why you to your mom's house or you ain't you live with your mom?
Yeah, I live for her. So I'm also here with some of my colleagues and we working together. Some of my schoolmates, my former schoolmates, so just working together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you in the house with the woman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Maya. Tomorrow.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Gregory Coleman, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir. And repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring Political Bene in it or not?
Oh, but you Political You're Political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. Der Wune Alphes, all men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital Rosemont, that road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.